Hi, everybody. Happy Friday the 13th and happy transformation. I got the idea today. I've been in some high, serious energy, Shikani, Sasani energy, and in light of Friday the 13th, I was guided today to share our friend 13. Oh, sorry, guys. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. To share our transform sacred circuit given to us by the Sirius civilizations, and to the Shikani, and to the Yael. So I just wanted to share that today in light of the idea of 13, and just to talk about 13 just a little bit. I think we've really been brought up that 13 is an idea of bad luck. There's no 13th floor on the in elevators or buildings, and I think really my impression of that is 13 stands for transformation, transforming, higher elevations, higher learning, higher understanding. So for whatever it's worth, there were powers that be that probably wanted us to not remember how powerful we are. And by eliminating the idea of 13 and that idea of higher elevation, it left us in a place of feeling less than powerful, less than the gods that we truly are, less than equal to another. So with this 11/11 having just passed, and the high energy behind the new moon, following the blood moon, the full moon eclipse on the blood moon, and then this new moon happening on 11/11, and all these powers that have been coming into culmination, and it just sort of felt like today was this wonderful day of just taking a deep breath, letting it all sink in, and feeling that idea that we've come here now to finally understand we can transform anything we put our attentions to, anything. And to finally transform beyond the idea that we're limited beings, that we're less than something that we think we are, that we're less than another human being, that we're less than another being, any being. We're the only ones who see hierarchy among the dimensions and among ourselves. That's why in our three-dimensional reality we have hierarchy, because that's what we see. We see ourselves as less than something, or that things need to be put in boxes or places or dimensions, and we need to understand that to transform the belief that we can't access all of that all at one time, because we can, and we always have been able to. Now it's time to remind ourselves, remind our DNA, activate our energy, and transform these beliefs that that we can't do these things, that these beliefs that we're holding on to don't belong to us. If they feel like they don't resonate with you, then they don't belong to you. So we need to transform the belief. That we need to start asking ourselves the bigger questions. Why do I feel this way? Is it something I believe, something that resonates with me? Or is it something that I've just sort of picked up along the way and said, well, I don't know what I believe, and not sure what I want, and so I'm just going to hold on to this for a little while because it feels kind of comfortable. But that doesn't make it ours. That doesn't make it our vibration today, in this now. It was okay then. It served us then. It needed to then. But this is another now, a new now. And this is the other idea of transformation, is believing and understanding the idea that every now is new, that you don't need to connect yesterday and tomorrow to this now unless you have something to bring from it. How is it serving me? It doesn't need to be connected. We connect it for the idea of being able to navigate through a physical three-dimensional reality. We put the slideshow together in the order we want to tell a story of who we are. But we can change the story. Every moment we make the story new. And every moment we stop talking about what we were and why we can't do the things we want to do now because of something from then, we have to stop and ask ourselves, why are we doing that? Is it still serving me? Is that my belief? Is that does that really resonate with me? Is that what really makes my heart feel good? Is that really what makes my solar plexus shine from within? Is that really what makes me tick inside or bring me joy or make me want to put my feet on the floor in the morning? Is that job really what I want to do every day? Are these really the vibration of the people that I still want to be around? And the idea that we're stuck. Well, you're only as free as you allow yourself to think yourself to be. And once you begin to do even the smallest of transformational things in your life, they build the momentum for the next step. So we think that these little tiny things aren't going to make a bit of difference when what we don't, but they are the big differences. They are the things that make the next thing happen. And if you're resonating in anything less than pure joy now, the next now is only going to be that same resonation unless you decide otherwise. Unless you decide from that moment forward, I don't need to believe that the way it was is the way it is or the way it needs to be anymore, simply because it was comfortable. Simply because it was easier to carry around somebody else's luggage and somebody else's baggage, simply because I couldn't figure out what to pack for myself. And now it's time to open it up, open up the suitcase, dump it out, empty the contents, and decide, do I even need it? And if I do, repack it. What belongs to me? What's mine? What do I want to take on my journey? What do I want to take in my next journey? I don't need to carry all this crap and this junk and this stuff that is heavy with
like
me.
A backpack.
Yes.
Like a backpack.
Yes.
Like
It's
I like that.
It is. It's just, empty it out and figure out, what do you want to put back in it? What feels lighter to you? What feels manageable? What feels yours? And it's time to stop blaming everyone else for why we aren't where we are. It's time to be responsible for making the decisions that we made and being perfectly okay with the fact that it was perfectly okay for that vibrational me. But I'm not that anymore. I'm not even the same person I was when I woke up this morning. I'm certainly not the same one I was a week ago, a day ago, a year ago, 5 years ago. We weren't even thinking about the things we're thinking about today. I know I wasn't. I wanted to be. I knew in my heart of hearts that wasn't my preferred creation. And I didn't know how to figure out how to make that happen. And it wasn't until the day I decided to stop doing things the way I always was doing them and transform the little teeny tiny things in my everyday stuff to start proving to myself, what's the worst thing that'll happen? It won't happen. So what's the best thing that'll happen? I intend it, and it does happen. If it doesn't, I'm no worse off than I was. So why not think about the way I really want it? Why not decide in this moment, this conversation that I need to have with this person in the next 5 minutes, okay, let me take just a second and think about how I really want it to end. How do I want it to unfold? How do I want the end to be? And let go of the fears that we bring with us before we even, that sick feeling you get in your stomach when you need to have a conversation you don't want to have. Get rid of all that, because it's all based on old beliefs. And if the reason you're sick inside is because your higher self is telling you it's not true. Whatever you're feeling right now about that thing that you're about to do or say isn't true about yourself. You're wonderful. You're perfect the way you are. Go be who you need to be and let the chips fall where they are, because that is your new vibration. That's you opening the door outside of your comfort zone and saying, you know what? It's time to move forward in a way I never was before. Let me have the conversation. And you know what? If it lands me somewhere else, well, then that's my higher mind telling me that's the somewhere else I needed to be in this new moment. And if it feels a little uncomfortable, well, then how freaking exciting is that? We finally broke the mold, the chain, the binding beliefs that made us think that we can't be something we really are because somebody told us we can't. Somebody said we can't do that. Somebody said you're not that person. You break out of that idea that you're less than anyone. This is where
Wendy, and
yes,
we're always searching for approval from others.
Always, yes.
That's
And
why
we're looking for love.
we hold back. Many of us hold back because we want others to go first, and we want their approval, or we want their approval. And if they can do it, then maybe we'll try it. But if it fails for them, then we don't have to do it.
But just showing somebody that you're gonna try it.
Yeah.
And we don't even, these don't even, and they don't even need to be the big things. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, just the little things.
This is the whole thing, is that we are so busy trying to decide about how to fix the big things that we forget it's by doing the little things that fix the big things.
Right.
You know, and that's what we're not seeing the forest for the trees here. We're not seeing that it is the little things every day that I do differently, or that I try new things, that I say something new about, be brave enough to say something I was afraid to say before, or do something I was afraid to do before, or go out of my comfort zone and try a different way to do something. Get outside every day. Commit to yourself that for 5 minutes, okay, I don't have a half an hour. Commit to 5 minutes. I'm going to sit outside and just be. If that's all you got is 5 minutes. If all you got is 5 minutes to go to the restroom at your place of employment or school or your house or whatever, go. Give yourself the permission to have 5 quiet minutes to listen to your spirit guides. We ask and we ask and we ask all day long, how do I do this? What do I do? How do I do this? And then we don't even take the 5 minutes to allow ourselves the permission and the self-love to listen for the answer. Because we're giving and giving in a way that depletes us, but we're never replenishing.
Don't forget to listen to yourself, what yourself saying, because you're telling yourself right now what you need to hear.
Of course, we're always reflections of one another. That's the whole point of it all, is we're always a reflection of each other. And once one person takes the initiative to take the step to do something transformational within themselves, somebody else says, wow, you know, maybe I'll try that, or maybe I'll do this thing that I've been wanting to do, that, or maybe I'll go that way, or try that new job, or look in the paper, or whatever. I mean, have that conversation. Change the way my living environment looks. You know, whatever. Move things around in your house that make you feel. Get rid of old things. Walk.
Your environment.
The idea is,
yes, the environment.
you know, just exactly.
It might be the environment. Yeah,
yes, I mean, start with the little things.
Yeah.
Yeah, start with the little things. that's how I started. I started moving things around in my house with intention, and then I started getting interested in things like feng shui, because it says, okay, if I want to invite this energy into my house, let me place this thing here.
Yeah.
And by doing that, it really made me aware of the idea that it's the energy and intention and the combination of that. And it made mountains move. And once it started working, because the idea behind it too is then not to focus on waiting for it to happen, but letting it go and knowing, okay, let's just see what happens, and watching the magic unfold instead of pushing and resisting and trying. And yes, and we make ourselves tired about how am I going to do this and why and when, and just letting
because we
it
want to control everything. That's why.
Yes.
We're trying to control the outcome of it. That's the
And
thing. We're trying to control the outcome.
And it's the, picture the outcome, and then let the law of attraction bring those to you, bring the outcome to you by you letting go and knowing it's going to happen now, and not pushing, and then going with your instincts, and going with that joyful thing that, you never know. The interesting thing about that synchronicity is the little things, like the other day, I went out to check the mail, and I was like, well, I think I already checked the mail, but now I don't remember. Let me go check it again. And so I go in and I go out to check the mail again, and I stop in my tracks and I look up in the sky, and there's 11 red-tailed hawks just circling and circling way high above me. And I counted them again, and I counted them again. I thought, really, 11? and I walked to the mailbox, and the mailbox was empty. And I said, see, you knew the mailbox was empty, but you know what? That wasn't why I needed to go out, was it? I needed to see those hawks. I needed to hear that message. I needed to know, and then I needed to go look up on the internet, what does a hawk mean? What does a red-tail hawk mean, a totem? What is that beautiful image trying to tell me today about my experience? And as soon as I read it, I knew right away it was an answer to one of my questions. And all I did was put on my shoes and put my coat on and said, well, I'm not sure why I'm directed to go outside, but I'm going to go. That's transforming. That's transforming the belief that why would I, and the funny thing is I had just come in. I had just taken off my shoes, taken off my coat. I had just come in from walking the dog. And I thought, oh, really? Oh, so to consciously, put my stuff back on and walk out there and just go with, I would have never seen them. I would have never seen them.
Right.
This is what I'm talking about. Yes, the simple stuff.
A synchronistic thing is someone mailed me a red-tailed hawk's feather last week as a gift.
See, now just by me going with the instinct of even bringing that moment up, you guys. And here's Justin saying, "Oh my God, you guys! Somebody sent me a red-tailed hawk feather."
And I was thumbing through Facebook, and how there's animals for the Chinese zodiac and whatnot. Yes. Well, one for the native, my month is what else? It's a hawk.
You are kidding me. See? This is what I'm talking about. And this is what transforms us and makes us expand and then when we go look up what that means and we go, oh my gosh, wow. How amazing is that something like that, a message from my spirit guides came to me in a way I never would have imagined, yet simply by going with my instinct. And I came in breathless with gratitude. And the next interaction that I had with the people that were already here in my house were completely transformed. The entire energy of my mood completely changed, all because of that. So those are the kinds of things that we don't trust. We don't trust the voices that we are hearing in our minds and our hearts when we've asked the question and we hear the answer, and I don't care whether it's what do I want to eat, to who are my spirit guides, to what star constellations do I come from, to what DNA do I have, to am I a hybrid parent, to where have I been, what did I dream last night, where did I go, who was I with, you know, if it, and then when you hear the answer, it's the doubt that prevents the next stepping stone from appearing before you. It dissolves away in fear of the evidence that's not real, the evidence that of the belief that somebody else told you that you're nuts, you're crazy, those voices are not what you think they are, and we all know better now.
You have a million reasons why not to try it, but only one reason to try it. You see?
Yes.
You'll hear a million things that'll hold you back, a million
Yep.
excuses, but there's only one reason that says go for it.
And it's your heart.
That's the heart.
It's your heart. And when you don't answer the call to your heart, you feel resistance. And when you feel resistance, it comes out in ways we can't even begin to imagine that are related. We aren't even aware of connecting the dots between the resistance we feel and the physical manifestations that we create around us, whether it's pain or suffering or illness or catastrophes. It doesn't matter. Our guides are speaking, and when we don't listen, they just knock louder and louder and louder until our heart finally listens. And we finally say, I surrender. That's what surrender is. It's not disempowering.
No,
Surrender is the most.
Yeah.
Surrendering is the most empower thing. Yeah, it's the only way to empower yourself.
Right. It's letting go of the control.
Because you're letting go of the resistance.
Right.
You're only resisting your abundance. Your abundance is there all the time, circling around you, and everything you can imagine your life can be, and the only thing that's preventing you is the resistance of your belief that it's not possible.
Right.
And I think that's really what the 13th step. This is what the 13th step is that the Shikani talked about, that Bashar talked about. This is the 13th step. You guys are, it's believing. It's taking that step beyond the 12th floor. The one pushing the 13th button that doesn't appear before you until you believe it's there.
So what is it, Wendy? Is it seeing as believing or believing as
Yes.
What,
it is seeing is believing.
Yeah. What spirits taught me is, what it is.
Well,
is
believing is seeing. I'm sorry,
seeing.
believing is seeing. You cannot see something in your you cannot see something manifested in your physical reality until you believe beyond all shadow of a doubt of its possibility.
One thing my spirit guides have shared with me is faith, loving trust, and faith, loving trust, and trust, loving faith dissolves expectations, and it allows us to dissolve the shadows of doubt, and then it leads to us feeling more of those feelings that allow us to feel confident in our intuitive abilities as well as our experiences, which lead to us being able to see it within our mind. And when we're able to see it and replay it in our mind in the universe, oh, okay, they're getting it. And then that's when we begin to build those synchronistic experiences, and which leads to the experiences that our hearts desire. Going on, UFOs, going to different dimensions, different timelines, connecting with your oversoul to past life, different stuff like that. It what I've been getting is it's really the feeling leads to the seeing, which leads to believing, and believing in what you really prefer, and just supporting it with your light, your love, and like Sister Goddess Wendy said earlier, just allowing yourself to let those ideas go, so they can just become their own thing, and then they just manifest in another now, when it really would be the most meaningful.
I love that, and I love that you brought up expectations. I do.
Beautiful.
Expectations are paralyzing. They are the fabric of our demise, because when you expect something, and let me clarify this, because expectations are necessary for manifestation, because if you don't expect a specific creation, a specific way something's going to turn out, then it won't. However, the expectations I'm speaking of here are the expectations that, first of all, we have within ourselves when we are not perfectly okay with the perfection of where we are in every moment. And with that said, when we are not okay with the perfection of our moment, that is reflected back to us by the others who are kind enough to co-create with us, to show us that we are not being our true selves. And that we, by expecting another to be something other than who they are, to make us feel better, different, validated, is not only unfair to them, but a clear image, a reflection of how we feel about ourselves. And that we feel that in order to be completely and unconditionally loving of ourselves, that we have to be something we're not. And therein lies the resistance that leads to self-doubt, that leads to us believing we're something less than we truly are. And once we can shed that and understand that we cannot get angry at another individual for not meeting an expectation that we've placed upon them, any more than we would want somebody else to place an expectation upon us that we are clearly unable to meet, and therefore they will not love us unconditionally because we did not meet their expectation.
And that usually started for many of us when we were younger, expecting
Oh,
things from mom and dad or something,
of course.
grandparents, and we were disappointed because we didn't get what we wanted, or so, little things like that. It builds up over
Indeed.
time, projections, so. But I mean, it's a learned. It's how we perceive things, but it's how we shift it and how we grow from it. So it's interesting. Cool.
I'm going to throw in a totally 3D phrase. Expectations are a premeditated resentment.
I love that. See, this is what a perfect way.
I gotta write that.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is so perfectly said, Michelle.
Wow.
I mean, that says it all. And you know what, you guys, expand that idea out to your neighborhood, your city, your state, your country, your population. I mean,
Could you repeat
think
that
about
part? Could you repeat that, Michelle?
Please.
Expectations are premeditated resentments. Having an expectation is basically premeditating the resentment.
You're
building
absolutely
a
right.
resentment.
You've created. I'm so happy you said that. We create the resentment and the resistance before we even get out of the gate because we have an expectation of someone else or of ourselves that are anything less than creator beings.
It's very interesting with that idea in mind, trying to be, I guess, in growing and understanding that I don't, and this has never been my MO, like for my entire life, but the idea that I need you to do something for me to be okay. And so it's very funny, the conversations I have with people now, and I'm so honest that it blows my mind. Like, I'm like, okay, so really what I just said was like okay, I'll give you an example. So like I want something and I say, please, da 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 da, and then I go, you know what? That's not about you. That's about me trying to get my way, so I'll feel better about myself if you did that. So just scratch that. This is not about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
You're right. You're right.
It's like hearing this. I will love you, but you have to do this for me.
And guys, don't be afraid to expect something. It's something that is part of who you are, so respect it. It's something within yourself that love yourself. So stop fighting the expectation. Allow it to be part of your experience. You had the experience of expectation to bring you joy and excitement. It's something it's not something you have to fight and get rid of.
And this is just an example.
It's something that belongs to you.
Yeah,
well,
like
there's two
people say,
kinds. There's the
I
kind
can
of
love you, but you have to do something for me to love you. That's like expectations, high expectations. Can you truly, for people to love each other, do they really have to? Other people have to do something for them, or can they be unconditional? Can unconditional love exist?
In the end, expectation is a tool you use. So how you use it, it's up for you. It's something that belongs to you, and you can use it however you wish to use it. It's there for you. It's always been there for you, and it's always been supporting you. It's not nothing.
Gabriel, I can only love you, but you have to do something for me.
Yeah, that's something you can choose to experience expectation.
Do you see? I don't know. It's like expectation, though. It doesn't feel real to me. You know, it feels like.
But it's a
like
tool.
I have to gain your love. I can't. It sounds like that I can't love you unconditionally when I say that.
But he's not talking about love, Brian. He's talking about the other side of the coin. Like I, in advance, with gratitude, have an expectation that the universe is going to meet my needs. For instance, is what he's talking. He's talking about the positive side of the coin. You're talking about the other side of the coin, the expectations we place on ourselves and others.
Yeah, I'm bringing both.
Hey guys, I just want to introduce my friend real quick. She just wanted to say hi and hop in. This is Kayla.
Hey Kayla, nice to meet you.
Hi Kayla, welcome.
Hi Kayla.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
That's Sister Wendy. This is Brother Brian.
Hello.
Brother Johannes. Sister Michelle. And then Sonic the Hedgehog is Brother Gabe.
Nice one.
Much love to you.
Much love to you as well.
I just wanted to introduce she was saying I like to hop in and whatnot, so I just showing her where the mute button was and wanted to introduce y'all.
Happy you stopped by. Please come again.
I will indeed. Now I love this.
Yeah,
it's great.
Excellent. Oh, I'm so happy. Have you been here the whole time?
Yep.
Oh, great! I'm so excited.
Yeah,
That's
a lot of the
wonderful.
stuff you said it with me today. It was really nice to hear.
Oh, that's really great. Would you like to share? I would love to hear like your perspective on how you feel, how you gauge what you would feel a transformation within yourself.
Good question.
Yeah, that's really good.
You know, how do we measure
For me,
how we've transformed?
it's based on synchronicities, as we spoke of earlier. I had mentioned earlier to JC that well, I just lost it. I don't know. It really comes to me. Sorry, these answers they kind of come to me at random spurts and moments in time. Mine for me would be synchronicity, and also like within the environment and how it aligns. Whenever you have moments coming back to your interior and rearranging the interior of your home, it also co-creates that alignment and transformation, that recognition of something altering or shifting within yourself. So whether it's like for me when I was younger, it used to be like a negative environment allowed me to perceive things and say, okay, like this isn't the reflection that I want to show. It's not something I choose to align with or want to be a part of. And then there's also the moments of like positive environments where it's the alignment or the synchronicity of conversations like this one today.
That's excellent, beautiful. Thank you. What a great answer. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm so pleased with that you were be able to join us today. That's wonderful.
Yeah, these hangouts, we talk about everything. We don't hold back, and it's just a beautiful thing. What's that?
Can you speak up a little more?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you okay. You just sound a little bit farther away than normal because he's not on his usual device.
Yeah, I'm on myself.
I was just saying it's wonderful, these hangouts, because you can just talk about anything and everything, So share from the heart.
Yeah, I really love it. It's extremely progressive. I've always wanted to be able to be involved in a talk like this, something that gets alternate perspectives and viewpoints in different areas and what other people are perceiving things as, and it's really enlightening to like find the synchronicities between what is being talked about. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, we talk about these things usually on a daily basis with each other, so it's really nice.
Well, count me in. I'm gonna hop on this group.
Oh, absolutely! You're hop on board our train because we're on the fast track, baby.
Choo
Perfect.
choo.
We are on the fast track to ascension.
It's a lot of fun.
You know what I think we forget too sometimes because we're ascending so quickly, and every day we have these amazing experiences alone and collectively, and we share them, and some we don't share because they're so monumental that they're just personal and they're amazing and they only mean something to us, and yet we forget to remember how much we've transformed in such a short time, and we don't give ourselves credit for being okay with being in this now because we forgot how amazing how much we've transformed in these little ways that are huge, and we don't even see we're not even our own champions.
I mean, Facebook reminded.
Oh, go ahead, JC, please.
Like Facebook reminded me just a couple of days ago that something that Tyler posted reminded me I was homeless literally this time last year, and Tyler happened to just be off work and was able to come visit me, and we chilled and had meditated, talk. He took me out to get something to eat and gave me a couple dollars, and it was such a big pick me up, And then I remember sitting on the back of where Sister Goddess Roxy was staying after one of her channelings, like right before I was leaving, after I was leaving there from being homeless and whatnot, and just having a smoke with her on the back porch, and just like, my heart's desire would just be like, be able to live near something like a beach and just not have to worry about rent or paying for food, and get to do, my heart's desire. My excitement would be to follow channeling and healing more, and doing what I do, like you guys know, and I just felt like an experience where Bashar like came through, and it felt like I won the lottery. He's like, grab all the change you can get and go buy a lottery ticket. I ended up walking into the gas station at 11:11, but they didn't sell lottery tickets there. But I still felt like I did, and just the synchronicity led me to where I'm at now, where it's like, holy cow, like I was totally talking to Roxy, about what was going to be taking place.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's a perfect example of, a year ago, you were shooting off rockets of desire of something new, different, expansive, and change, and look at what you went through and experienced and where you are a year later. And this is a perfect example of just following your joy and letting the world and letting love take you where your heart knows you need to be.
And I really have felt such happiness and joy. And something I do want to share too is like, when I got here, I was on such like an excitement and just blissful feeling that like I felt like invincible to like all bullshit or anything. But I had this knowing of like, hey, like you're still within the physical realm of existence. So, be prepared that, others' free will and other things are going to come about. The only thing is that now you have different perspectives, more humbleness, more gratitude and appreciation. So when you have similar experiences or whatnot that come through, you will be able to know when to use your discernment and your unconditional love for yourself. And a big thing that I was taught is, since I've been here, is forgiveness, forgiveness, forgiveness. Like we talk about unconditional love, a lot of beings that come through talk about unconditional love, but not a lot is talked about actually applying forgiveness and expanding and actually doing things to show unconditional love for oneself and to the universe and to one's collective and whatnot. And a lot of things led up to me being here. I know I was brought here. I felt, the pull and everything just being here just is so synchronistic that it feels like, destined. And like I came across this Hawaiian healing affirmation technique called Ho'oponopono. And Dr. Ayakela Hugh Lin was able to heal a whole ward of mentally ill people within like a 3-year period. And he never saw any of these people. He just read their file and allowing himself to understand that everyone is just a projection of himself, and he's connected with everyone. He would perform this Ho'oponopono affirmation ritual, which is very powerful, where you connect with your inner child or the inner child of the person you want to connect with. And then you just go through and you just wholeheartedly and from the heart just, I'm sorry, please forgive me, I love you. And then it's just, it's very...
And you know what? Sometimes that's all it takes.
And it's something that just came to my awareness recently, and something that's interesting in my experiences. Last year, my twin flame Alexandria was going through something where she was ended up in the mental health hospital for a few months, and not pretty much the same thing happened again this year, where it just got really bad. So her mom took her back to the mainland, pretty much trying to find some type of permanent uh, situation for her, because she doesn't know what to do, and then other stuff. So a whole lot of different things, like I said, it's a beautiful thing. However, there's been life that happens. The difference is I've been able to actually allow myself to learn from my experiences, as well as allow myself more of the support and love and light that I do, that I'm allowing myself to align with, and whatnot, even if that means, like, my twin flame or my own mother, like, having to just, what, I love y'all unconditionally. However, I do love myself unconditionally as well. And, I got to do what's better for myself first, so I'm able to be to be fully of service to all. And that includes them. I'm not going to be able to be of service to them or to myself if I'm not able to do what's needed for myself. And that's what I've been able to focus on more here. And that's what's gotten me through. And the idea that when one allows himself to just perceive all as love, that anything that doesn't vibrate at that vibration really doesn't exist. That really doesn't exist around you, or can't exist around you. And that was to the extent of, the people that were staying at the house. No one, like, they're all gone. Alexandria and her mom are now gone. So now the only people who are there are the owner of the house, Greg, and myself. And what's neat is Greg actually, when he got back from Vietnam War, he studied like Yogananda, Pramayasa Yogananda, his schools that he made. He studied at a few of those. So he's like aware and open to chakras and to the divine consciousness and whatnot. Not quite as what we talk about and whatnot, but he respects it and he's aware of it, and he's full on with, like, man, if you can, let's turn this place into like a spiritual healing place, or a tantra healing place, or just like he's just real supportive, and it's neat that I feel it's a reflection of. And it feels just like,
indeed. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a reflection of the environment that you wanted to create for yourself. That and sometimes what we fail to remember too is that we sit around wondering how we created something when it's something we don't desire, and we fail to remember that it's our higher selves, showing us something, and when we don't take responsibility for it, we become paralyzed. You can't change or transform something that you don't own. And until we own the idea that we make things happen, we can't transform. We can't move forward. And it starts with the little stuff, and following your joy is the little stuff. And really, it really comes down to that, is and being your own champion. Like you said, you have to start with loving yourself, because if you don't, you can't continue to drain a battery that you never recharge. It doesn't work. You can't save somebody who's drowning unless you put your life jacket on first. It doesn't work.
and that's what I was seeing and feeling, and what I felt, in my bones and in my heart with my twin friend Alexandria. Is just, I realized, it's like she knows what she could do to assist herself, but she's choosing not to.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm so glad you said that too. This is the other thing I wanted to touch on. Because she's whomever, because they have chosen not to. This is where we, as students and teachers, have to remember in our own transformation is allowance. And it comes back to the expectation that it's okay that someone chooses what they choose. It's an experience, and it's got nothing to do with you. And once we realize that and stop taking it personally, that they are having their own experience and their own journey, and we're just along for the cosmic ride. And you know, and we don't have to let their journey alter or become ours or make it something ours isn't. And that's the beauty of it is it shows us that. It shows us that relationships don't fail, they evolve. They change frequency. And it's okay. It's okay to say we've got to transform and lose the belief that because we've invested, we call it, I've invested all this time, I've invested all this energy, I've invested all this past into something, why I can't let it go. For whatever reason, it's too scary, or I can't, or whatever. All the beliefs that prevent us from doing that, and we can't move forward.
It's what Spirit's been teaching me is learning how to be the objective, like detached, like to learn to detach and depersonalize, so I'm able to be the most empathetic and objective, and to be able to remain neutral and in that unconditional and unified idea of love and compassion and acceptance and understanding, and gratitude.
It's really allowance. It really is. It's allowance. It's allowing it's allowing all of the one to be all that they are, and it's just an experience, and to stop judging each other for their experiences. And
it's also the hardest thing to do.
Exactly, but this is where
it's a beautiful lesson, but it is very harsh and ego deflating, or I don't know, rejiggering.
This is the only way we will transform as a human race. As the only way we can transform as a human race is if we do that. Is if we allow each individual to be the individual they are and not take it personally. One, that they're not being something that we need them to be for our own validation, but to then create war because I need you to know how I feel about this thing, and if you don't, then I don't love you.
Exactly. That's what my point was earlier. You know, if you don't understand me, then I guess you're not listening to me. You don't love me.
Right. It's like,
if you don't do it my way, if you don't see it my way.
Well,
I can't possibly.
Everybody has their own perception of everybody's perception. This is a very difficult idea. I mean, to practice is that everybody, in theory, let's say in theory, this is the best case scenario, is allowed to live whatever they need to live to fulfill the lessons they need to learn, and it's none of my business. How I feel about how you feel about me is none of my business, because how I feel about me is the most important thing.
But you're breaking my heart, Michelle.
Not judging.
This is not my problem, Brian. I cannot make you feel anything. You are responsible for your feelings.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's brilliant.
That is what we need to learn as a
100%.
human population.
Like what something like I learned recently is not to judge others' experience, but where does that start? Is not judging your own experience, taking your experience for just like you said, just the isness of it. It's just an experience, and we choose how we accept those energies, and we can accept all those energies. And what I'm learning is not to create shields, but learning to create boundaries and or barriers of security and safety through love, compassion, and forgiveness. And with that as my core, just putting out the intention to my guides that, hey, and my aura, my bubble extends around here to here to here, and any type of vibes will be, harmonized and fully before they reach me, so that they are the most beneficial to my experience and or anyone that comes into my reality. It's something that sometimes I get away from, but the more I instill it and reinforce it, the more, like we were talking about earlier, the more we allow ourselves to believe and trust and have faith in that, then more it becomes an actuality in our experience. And it's a lot of fun being able to interact in groups like we have in our soul family here. It's for an idea of gauging one's transformation. It's just like for me, it's like listening to just what we speak about now too, and just the experiences that we also have had in between that time too. Not only individual, but as groups, and different dimensional or ideas, and different, just different ideas. It's really neat.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Johannes, I don't know if you can speak, or welcome, Brooke. If anybody else wants to chime in, just on the idea of what do you gauge as your own compass as transformed? At what point do you say, okay, I really feel like I've transformed that thing?
You know what, Wendy? I'm really glad you brought this up, because I have felt such magnificence, such divinity within myself, such complete love and understanding. And then I felt its complete opposite right shortly thereafter. And so what I think why I bring this up is because it's this self-love thing. Like, if it is not a constant for me, like a constant remembering to do, to be with, to accept, what I am conditioned to do for a lifetime is to compare your outsides with my insides. And what I end up doing is harming myself, and start giving myself in a new, even though I have grown exponentially, like beyond anything I had ever dreamed for my own self in understanding and spiritual growth. I often forget that, because then I meet people who are better at it. And so now I have something to judge myself about.
Right.
Because that's just my habit. That's a habit. And I harm myself when I do that. And so why I'm really glad you brought it up is because reflecting, like JC was telling his story, I have a story too. We all have a story. A year, a lot of things have happened in a year, like huge things, amazing things, beyond my imagination kind of things. And I forget that because I'm not where someone else is or whatever. And so now I've just found another way to judge myself. Matt Kahn speaks beautifully to this, and I guess I forget. I forget and I drop back into what's comfortable, which is being uncomfortable
I love that,
sometimes.
And
Michelle. Thank
she
you.
recognizes that, Wendy. You realize that
Exactly. I mean,
now. That's brilliant.
what a perfect, brilliant example of the of knowing the gauge for your own transformation. And I mean, that's huge. And to remember, yes, where you were and where you are. And, you know, I'm so glad you said that too, because I heard this in a reading and in a astrological reading, and I just loved it. She said, and I've said this before, comparison is the thief of joy. And if you think about it, I don't care what scale you look at this, whether you're a child, a teenager, an adult, another entity, a government, a planet.
All at once.
Exactly. I don't care what it is, you know. That idea is everything.
Yeah, so that's the thing. What's the most important? Love from others or self-love?
Because you can't compare. As soon as we compare, as soon as we, I don't care if it's a nation comparing themselves to another nation, a person comparing themselves, but what it all boils down to is reflections.
Right.
Our creation is always a direct reflection
This
of how, and
so
if
we can start
if you're
using the word and.
yes, if you're judging yourself and you're not allowing right away, as soon as you compare yourself, even to yourself,
Mhm.
you're in trouble.
That's true. So instead of buts, ifs, ors, it could be
Yes,
and.
it's
This
this
and that.
and that. You know, and we have to remember, we are traveling through millions, trillions of possibilities every moment. At which one do you want to hop
So
on?
it's just choosing without judgment.
Right.
Do so out of joy or fear. Most people when they choose something, do they choose out of joy or fear?
And that's a perfect example, Brian, of when we make a choice, and I don't care what the choice is, whether it's what you're going to wear, what you're going to eat, how you're going to interact when you leave your home. Everything is a choice about how you want that next moment to be, and what the idea is, what frequency to become the highest frequency you can become in every given minute that you're capable of, and say, for this moment, I'm going to be the highest vibration I can be before I do that thing I need to do,
Right.
before I leave the house, before I make that phone call, before, I'll even, you guys, I take synchronicity to the degree, to the point where even if I've got to do something as simple as make a dentist appointment, I say to my spirit guides, remind me to make my dentist appointment. And when you remind me at the moment when I'm going to speak to the friendliest person I can at the perfect time to get the perfect appointment and have the most perfect experience. And then I let it go. And all of a sudden, exactly. And all of a sudden, I'll be doing dishes or whatever, taking a shower, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, that's right, I got to make a dentist appointment. So so I pick up the phone, make the appointment, and you know what? Every single time turns out the way I wanted.
That's a new trick for me. Thank you.
Your intention. Yeah.
These are the way we can use this in our everyday stuff. Every day, parking place, thank you. We take that for granted. Walking to the grocery store, how many times, and I hear this all the time, and I just want to cringe. We we say what we don't want
Mhm.
instead of what we do.
That's true.
We say right away, okay, the first thing that comes out of our mouths is, oh, I'm not going to get the appointment I want. Or I'm probably not going to be able to, or they're not going to have that thing in the grocery store I want.
And
Or,
you know the funny thing that when you do that, what do we start? What's the first couple of words what we're saying? I am, I'm not, I'm, you know what I mean? It's
and you know,
always
and perfect. And again, Brian, thank you. I am. I am
that
means
power
it
of
is
I.
so.
Yes.
As soon as you say I am, you
Right.
just became
I
it.
am.
That's right.
I'm say
You're
tell
taking command.
yourself, look at the mirror and say, I am beautiful. I am powerful.
Yes.
I am.
As soon as you say I am, how many times in a day do we say, God, I'm such an idiot, or oh, I'm so,
Right.
oh, and
And I
we don't even think
and
about it.
Power of I.
yeah, and I yesterday when I watched myself in the mirror, I just saw how beautiful I was.
Oh.
And how many people, but Gabe,
But
how many
goodbye,
people would
everybody.
say that? And say to even, how many people would not only not say that to themselves, but how many people would say it to the world?
When it
Yeah.
doesn't matter how many other people, it's all about. Don't expect all other people
No,
and
what I'm
know what
saying
they.
is, you bring up a perfect point is that you are willing to go out there in the world and say, I looked in the mirror and said to myself, I love you, and wow, you're looking great today, and I'm telling the world that I just did that, and you're not afraid to say that. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful.
Because that's a really beautiful thing to do for oneself, but we are not conditioned to believe that is a beautiful
Oh my
thing to
gosh, do you know
do
how
for
many people
oneself.
can't do that?
I used to be one of those people.
Ditto, baby.
And you women are beautiful. You don't have to look in the magazines to any comparing to anybody else.
Yeah, and
Again, a
and
comparison.
Brian, you are beautiful too. You don't have to look
Oh,
at
thank
You are beautiful.
magazine of women. You can just look at yourself.
And I'm glad
It's
you brought that
amazing.
up too, Brian, because comparison, again, comparison being the thief of joy. How many women and how many men will look in a magazine, compare themselves to that, and say, I am not that. I am not worthy. I am not beautiful. And
That's right.
as soon as you think it, you vibrate it. People don't understand. You don't even have to say it out loud. As soon as you think it, you vibrate it. And that's what we need to reiterate and drive home here is the vibration. And somebody say, oh, well, I love myself. I tell myself that. But are you really vibrating it? Are
But
you
are you
really
feeling it?
believing it?
Right.
Yeah, but I have to go. So see you guys.
Love you. Good night. Have sweet
Much
dreams.
love.
Yeah, I'm not going to bed right now. I just need
Oh,
to
okay.
explore some other exciting things.
Okay.
And I've been channeling
Happy
the whole time.
exploration.
And I've been channeling the whole time.
Of
Awesome.
course.
Yeezy really wanted me to channel today.
Cool.
So the Actorians are here.
Well, if
Well,
they,
give them my
I was
love.
going to say, if they have something to say, they're welcome. Goodbye, Gabe.
So here's a thing that I experienced that to me was so life altering, from going from abject self-hatred to learning that this informed my reality, to beginning to try to do things differently, like affirmations, saying I love you, sitting in meditation, sitting with the fear, or sitting with the pain, or sitting with the heartbreak, or sitting with whatever in my body and just crying it out. Like, this is what I've done for 2 years. So I get to this place that's like magical, and I'm like, oh my God, I get it. We're all one. Holy shit. And and then and like everything is shiny and beautiful. And then I let up a little bit, like, oh, I got this, right? And then what I've found for me is my conditioning is still an issue. It's not done and over with. It's not like, oh, I love myself now and that's just going to last forever. Like, I don't know why that is so, but that's my path currently.
Michelle, I think it's because a part of you, the conditioning that you're holding on to, there's a part of you that enjoys it.
Yes,
Because you're still
obviously.
enjoying it, or you would let it go a long time ago. So
Well,
there is something that you enjoy, you're getting from it. It's okay.
yeah, I'm just saying that's been my experience, and it's very perplexing. So there's more will be revealed, but it's such a dichotomy of like the joy and the vibration it feels when you are in self-love and when you are not.
And what's amazing about that, Michelle, is the very fact that look where you were a year ago and look where you are now. There's a big transformation. So give yourself so much credit, and I know you do probably to a certain extent. The very fact that you've come so far in so little time. So what usually takes sometimes people that could take them decades, look how fast you've come.
It's been a wild ride.
Yeah, it has. But look at the transformation within yourself. I mean, that's beautiful. You've come so far so quickly, which could take people decades or years, because the average human being, it takes a long time for them to even get where you are, even to sit down and look where they are. How many people fear even looking at themselves? That's very challenging.
What a good point, Brian. You're absolutely right, because even just to ask the questions, asking, and the awareness of even to be aware to ask the question is a huge transformation. And just like Brian said, I mean, I think back of just a couple of weeks ago, wow, I mean, wow. You don't even see your own transformation. But you know what? Do really any of us truly, because we're looking at ourselves from a completely different perspective instead of seeing ourselves from the outside in.
Yeah, I don't think it comes to you about, the major shift and the major transformation until a while later. I mean, listening to your story about how I'm sorry, I'm not good with names just yet. It's
No,
Kayla.
no, that's okay.
Listen to, how you would just cry and let it all out. And then we were speaking about like looking at the mirror and telling yourself beautiful. I know as a young child, I would get so upset with the environment around me, and I would cry and just let it all out. I'd be stuck on a particular thing, and I wouldn't have the answers, so I'd get upset and just cry. And then, as I was like letting all this emotion and energy releasing, from me, then it was like a clarity, a clairvoyant moment where, yeah, everything begins to shine again, and you say, hey, like, you look at yourself in the mirror and you say, you're beautiful, like, you are like the perfect being as you are, like, you are who you are. There's no reason to like shield or hide, I mean, and try to consistently like please people. You have to like step back and look and say what makes me the happiest, and then I mean, heck, I'm 25 now, probably went through that when I was like 15. So 10 years later, I can see more of a significance in that transformation than what I could feel at that time. Because I went through it and I experienced it, and then to resolve the issue, you speak from the heart and you go through that situation and what's best for you, whether it's between yourself or with another person, and forgive and love.
I love that. What a beautiful reflection. And I'm glad that you both mentioned that about the letting go and the tears. And I love how you mentioned about the tears, about the tears we shed for the things we can't control, the tears that we shed for the environment, for poverty, for those who don't see the light within them, for those who don't see their own power, who feel, all these tears that we shed are shedding not only the beliefs inside of us that don't belong to us, because we really are shedding true, energetic junk that doesn't belong to us, and it makes us feel lighter and clearer. But I wanted to reiterate that while we're doing this shedding and this crying and this sadness for Gaia or the earth or the environment or the peoples of the planet or the animals or despair, whatever,
Or
instead
so.
of focusing on that, though, understand that by crying and shedding all of that, at the same time, we're vibrating in a higher vibration because we're saying this is not what we want.
Yep.
We want something better, brighter, cleaner, aware. I want to be with people who vibrate like I do, who think like I do, who eat like I do, who act like I do, who love like I do, because then I know we're all going to vibrate that, and the stronger we vibrate that together, the higher we all raise everybody's vibration, and now we're rendezvousing with a new vibration of all of those individuals. And just by shedding our tears of joy, of the things we don't want, the things that cause us pain, and letting it all go and saying
Gratitude.
yes, and being in gratitude. How many times do we cry tears of gratitude? I do it almost every day. I have to say, I can't think now of a day that has gone by where I have not shed a tear of gratitude for something.
Those are the best.
Just beautiful transformational energy today. I'm really just taking it all in and taking in everything we've learned and everything we've experienced, and here's a perfect example of, we're traveling through millions of possibilities, yet here we are all connecting these dots that we've co-created together because we've all decided that together we're going to create this creation together and agree that we're going to have this experience right now.
Beautiful. We do some toning or languages, Wendy?
Yes,
This is
that is
just. I would also
Exactly.
like to say thank you because this is just what I needed today.
I'm so happy, and that I think will right before the yes, I want to reiterate that thank you, that I want to remind everyone we all are gifts and we all have gifts, and even if we don't know why we are guided to do something, just do it because somebody else needs it. Now, I didn't plan this. I went out for a walk. I was awash in gratitude, and it was freezing out today. And I took a walk, and I went in the woods, and I made a video about transformation, and had a beautiful channeling. And I came in the house, and I said, I just want to talk about 13 and transforming and what it means to transform and how people feel about how they're transforming. And so I said, hey, who wants to hang out? And here we are. And this is what I'm talking about. And then what do you say, Michelle? Thank you. I'm going to tell you thank you because you just gave me the reflection and the validation of why I was guided to do it. And I'd have done it live, and I'd have done it if it was just you and I.
A scene for me that just sunk in too is the 13 one, and then the releasing in tears. Like I connected with brother Joe A, and I shared with him while in channeling the Ho'oponopono, and him and I just together were just like we both began crying and cleansing, and I could feel like on the verge of just that complete, just like giving into it, where you're just completely just like give into the moment of crying and let it just completely overwhelm. But I could feel both of us were, someone, I was like, that's that little thing in the back of the mind, oh, someone might wake someone up, and it didn't fully let it go, but it was so releasing. And then the 13 thing, he talked to and mentioned to me about the 13 crystal skulls, and then I shared with him I've been, contacted by the 13th school, the adamant school, the diamond school. And then Kayla and I, last night, this morning, we were just talking about like how the number 13 and I resonate with it real highly and whatnot. So it's just, like you said, it's all connected. And
yes, and I thank you, Justin, too, for bringing up the 13 skulls, because synchronistically, of course, just last night, we were having in a crystal hangout with Zach, we were just discussing the crystal skulls. And so I didn't even put that together till you just now said it. Well, and I had mentioned it earlier in the hangout today, but that resonation with the 13th step that Bashar mentioned, and the 13 skulls. There is definitely a connection. There's no mistaking it. And this is another thing about transformation. Going with your gut and knowing that this conversation about this 13 and the 13 skulls is being heard by more than any of us can even begin to imagine.
Yep. And another thing that I'm really grateful and really appreciative for is just that I've seen like your videos and your posts, and I just haven't been on the Hangouts and whatnot. And I just like, man, I haven't haven't had an opportunity to really be in a hangout with Sister Wendy and whatnot in a while, and just to be able to wake up and see that as a hangout for you and one hosted by you is just like really, really nice too.
Well, see, and look at that perfect synchronicity of here you put out a vibrational intention. It wasn't like you pushed it or that you just thought it. You felt it. You allowed your universe to bring it to you, and there you did. You woke up, and there we are. And so, wow, what a perfect segue to the idea of taking your thoughts to that, transforming your beliefs into the absolute knowing that you have the power to transform your life by changing your thoughts, because your beliefs are nothing more than a thought you keep thinking. And if you change your thought, you change your belief, you transform your creation.
I just got an idea right now that just kind of like little ahas. Like I tend to experience like feeling you and or seeing you in dream state a lot. You, Sister Caitlin, and there's been a couple other people, Brother Gabe, and it just kind of came to me like, well, expand on that idea, you can feel that effortless with others, to be able to meet with them in dream time as well. To expand on the expansion of just working more in dream time, because I've been feeling more lucid in dream time a lot more lately, and been having more experiences of like seeing people in dream state, and or when I'm in dream state, people will actually see like a holographic like manifestation of my body. It's just it's really neat how our connections assist with our experiences and growth too, and then being able to share them, and then people like, oh my gosh, I resonate with that deeply. I actually remember this part of this part, and it's like, oh man, that was actually a part I wasn't really remembering. It's like it all just starts to come together too.
Beautiful, JC.
I agree, JC, and thank you for that, because I too have been experiencing the same thing, a lot more dream time experiences and meeting others in dream states. And I don't always remember the details, but I remember the feeling, the energy behind it, all in this.
And that's a big part of it. What I've been taught, or what I've been learning from spirit is that okay, it happens on a minimum like fourth dimensional level. For a lot of us, it happens on a fifth dimensional level where there is no idea of time. So, and we have an experience of at least, like 7 dreams or whatnot. So it's like, imagine we have issues remembering what we did during a whole day. We aren't able to remember what we do in a whole year. In dream time, we're experiencing full-on lifetimes, if not multiple lifetimes. So to wake up and have the expectation to remember everything that occurred in that period, it's not necessarily meant to be remembered. It's more meant to be felt, and the feelings then act as, for me, as a building energy, and then act as like a synchronistic trigger, where then I'll see repeating numbers or animals in certain colors and pairs, or a cloud that's shaped like a certain this, or someone will say something that just like resonates and just feels just in my gut like, holy shit, that's like totally connected to, in some fucking weird way, to what I experienced. And then going with that, and then it leads on to the next thing, which just adds the next thread until you finally are able to pull the threads together, and you get that tapestry of, the aha moment that you see of the big picture, and get that full understanding.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. And I think, and sharing these experiences and dreams and things are important, because it triggers each of us to remember being together.
Yes. That's why when I feel like I've had a dream and I've seen someone, I do my best and make my efforts to like, hey, like I remember this, and then I allow myself, after I express that and it resonates, especially when it resonates with someone, then it just acts as like, oh, then it cues on to like another memory or something, or a tidbit of energy that I'm able to expand on, and then it expands the remembrance of the dream or of the experience more.
Yes, most definitely. Hey,
Because
Brooke, I didn't. Oh,
it's
sorry.
it's all recorded in our heart chakra. So when we allow ourselves to explore those feelings, it, as Buddha said through Brother Jim and the channeling, like it's all recorded to our chakras, especially to our heart chakra. It's all recorded there, and then like distributed from like there, and other chakras record as well. So when we allow ourselves to tap into those feelings and then work with those energies, then it works as a way to activate those scenes of the experience.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Oh, Johannes left. Hey, Brooke, I didn't know if you could speak or wish to speak. I was just wondering if you wanted to add anything about transformation or transforming, or hey, how you personally gauge yourself as transforming through something, or knowing when you've
I
transformed
kind
it.
of, sure. So for me, it's kind of like music. It's like listening to something and then trying to play it by ear. And I guess the closer it feels to the true note, then the closer I feel like I'm getting. But it's all a very subjective thing. I'm not using any particular milestones because I have a very good habit of throwing myself off course, off a very good course, by overanalyzing, overjudging, and deciding I should be something at a certain point, and then not being that, and then freaking out. So I'm kind of ignoring it a little, but it seems to be happening anyway. I don't know. That's about all I have.
You're just not judging, and that's really awesome.
Right, exactly. And even that, not judging
Huge.
in itself is so big. Because when you stop judging, when you reflect, when your creation reflects back to you the fact that you're not judging, it's because you've stopped judging yourself.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely still question myself a lot in a lot of the things I say or my behaviors, because sometimes I'm weird, but it doesn't feel like judgment anymore. It just feels like, what's that, buddy? It's not a feeling.
Yeah, it feels like there's more of a freedom to speak like what's on your heart or mind, you know,
Even our actions,
or when we don't even judge it. Like when we don't judge it, it's like it just comes out. We're more of ourselves when we're not judging. We're more of that true self
yeah,
of a
let's say our action maybe isn't maybe we feel totally in alignment with what we really feel, what we're working towards. Well, all that is just an opportunity to, like, okay, so what would I be able to do, and if I feel a similar situation occurring, and just brings more awareness to ourselves. And it's not necessarily judging; it's just being able to recognize the energies, acknowledge them, and just, okay, it's okay, and just redirect them and recharge them in an idea of higher vibration.
Yes, and
I like that.
I do too. Yes, I like that. And to expand on that too, I wanted to just add a note that when we are in comparison, it truly is the thief of joy, because as soon as, think about how many times we compare ourselves to something, and which is imaginary to begin with, I might add, and it prevents us even from being ourselves, from even saying something or sharing something in a group, or being okay to just, because right away, as soon as you are comparing yourself to something other than just going with the flow, then you will feel the immediate resistance. That awareness of that is transformation.
Wendy,
Yes.
will you be my mother?
I love you, and I already am.
I love it. It's beautiful.
Yes, and with that said, I'm going to go grab my coffee, and I will be right back. So if everybody wants to make sure they are hydrated or need to get rid of some hydration, or please do so. And yes, and I would love to just sit and have a little quiet meditation time, and we'll do some toning and some blessings and some languages and make some joy.
I brought my Tibetan singing bowl too. I'm glad I brought it
Yay!
with me.
Oh, I'm happy. Okay, well, if you have it there and you want to start playing just a little bit before I start, I'll go get my coffee and.
Okay, I gotta take my cell phone out of it. I've had my cell phone in it because it helps like amplify the sound.
Oh, you don't have to. I mean, it's up to you.
It's all good. I'm just saying I'm gonna take it out right now and hold on 1 second. All right, let me finish. There we go. All right, guys. Let me know how it sounds there.
Loud. Can you move back?
Sarah.
Hello, sweet sister Sarah. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Oh, great. I don't know if you've been listening, but did you want to share anything on 13 on transformation? You little transforming little sister, you all traveling all over the world?
I just jumped in. I didn't know you were having a hangout, but I said, let me just jump in to see what's going on.
Yeah, we were just it was just sort of an impromptu thing, and being that it's Friday the 13th, and
Ah,
that's why
yeah.
I was just, I sparked it. It's just started thinking about Friday the 13th and the number 13 and the 13 skulls and transformation, and then the serious, the sacred circuit 13 meaning transform, and so it just sort of kind of developed into let's talk about transforming, and let's talk about what it means to transform and what your idea is of when you transform, and how do we gauge how we transform and stuff like that. So, and
Well,
I was really just going to have a meditation, but it's turned out to be quite the wonderful conversation. So please share if you like.
well, I have an easy answer to all this transformation, like the how of it. Let go of everything you thought you knew. Let it all go.
I love that,
Your
Sarah.
truth will come to you.
I love that. Oh, I love it. You said it all right there. Right there.
So true.
Let go. It is until we let go of everything we've ever known do we finally find who we really are.
Yep. I learned that the hard way, guys.
And
No,
look
funny.
at what a transformation Sarah's made.
Ah, train.
And there's the train. We
Yep.
are all on the right track.
You're welcome.
Saibo says so.
I will say so. Very good.
Yep, we're all very loudly on the right track.
That's right. You're not loud, you're quiet. So we might as well do it loudly and say, we're here.
You could mute it.
I could tell Sarah the funny thing when you even louder. Okay, I'll just.
Oh, it's Tanya. I thought it was Justin. I muted poor Justin.
Poor thing. Hey, Justin, how you doing?
I'm awesome. I'm sitting with my friend, Sister Goddess Kayla, visiting her
Yes.
in Waimea.
Sarah, meet
It's
Kayla. Kayla meets Sarah. Kayla's a friend of Justin's.
Hi.
hold on a sec.
She's joining us from Hawaii, and she's just happened to drop in today and join our conversation, and she's our new family member.
Lovely to meet you, Kayla.
Nice to meet you.
She's over in last I heard or saw your post was in Czech
Yeah,
Republic.
now I'm in the Netherlands.
Oh shit, you're in the Netherlands?
You're in the Netherlands? Are you gonna?
Karen.
He's visiting Karen.
Are
I'm
Right?
you?
visiting
Oh,
Karen.
you're
I'm
visiting
heading tomorrow
Karen?
back to Ireland.
Okay, wait. So, you're visiting Karen? Are you visiting her today?
Yeah, I was visiting her yesterday and today, and then I fly back to Ireland tomorrow.
Well, how long are you gonna be with Karen today?
She's gone to sleep. It's 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, it's nighttime. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind. I didn't know if you were gonna do your. Are you? I didn't know if you were gonna do your hangout today, and if you were gonna do it.
No, no,
Okay.
I decided not to do it. I didn't post it for today because
Okay.
it's 10 o'clock here
Yeah,
at
I
night.
figured.
It's a bit much. She lives in a what the U.S. would consider like brownstones right next to each other, so there are houses,
Okay,
but all
right.
the houses are right next to each other.
So you got to
So
be quiet. Yeah, it's nighttime. I gotcha.
yeah,
Are you anywhere near Danny?
Danny. I totally forgot he was in
Danny,
this.
because Danny's in the Netherlands. Well, the Netherlands is a big place, but so I don't know if if you're anywhere near him. But
I have no idea, but I totally forgot he was
wow,
over here too.
I
And I
should.
fly to Ireland tomorrow.
Wow. Well, oh yeah, it's already 10 o'clock your time. Oh, never mind. Oh well.
I totally forgot.
I keep, since it's daytime for me, I'm thinking it's daytime for you. But yeah, your day's over there, sweets.
Exactly,
I
exactly.
saw
Oh,
he works a
it's
lot,
so good to
so
hear your voice, Sarah. I'm so happy to hear your voice. If you're not going to do your hangout today, then I'm happy you're here.
Yes, yes. It would have been too much for the neighbors and the dogs. But I did tone at the beach today.
You
Yes, I
did?
the Black Sea.
Oh, the Black
ooh.
Sea.
The Black Sea.
Well, I happily got to do some nice videos and channeling at the lake here. Unfortunately, my hangout didn't turn out the way I had hoped, but anyway, um,
Your lake is gorgeous.
but
Hmm.
nonetheless, I posted the videos so everyone can hear them with sound, with the waves, with all of the galactic languages and all of the songs from our ancestors. You'll have to listen to the videos. My
Yes,
apologies.
yes.
However, yes, this whole thing with water, the age of Aquarius, this whole new moon in Scorpio energy. I'm so happy to hear that you were able to get to the water there and do some toning at even another sea.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
Yes,
so
that would make the Atlantic, the Irish English Channel, depending on which direction you're coming from, the Baltic Sea, the Rhine River, and the Black Sea.
wow, Sarah.
So basically, in a full circle, going around to all the oceans in this northern European area, and then I go
Wow.
back to Ireland tomorrow. Yes.
Pardon. Did you see the what's it called? The Giants Walkway?
No, I haven't. No, no, no. But I would have loved to see that. I would have
Well,
loved to see that.
I'd like to share just my small perspective of Sarah's adventure in that just a small, not just the whole. I mean, the whole fact that co-creating and I mean her creating that whole by intent alone, she has created a trip around the world, and
Well, at least
that what's that, Sarah?
I say at least in Europe.
Well, whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, it just, to me, you're around the world, So, I mean, really, think about it. Ireland and England and Prague and now the Netherlands. I mean, have I left anything out?
No,
And
you're
but
fine.
but the
Ireland.
but the point I wanted to make to everybody was there was a couple of hangouts ago where I can't remember if it was during one of Sarah's toning, channeling, Hathor things or whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was. And I had gotten I think it was even the written translation. And in that was, there was and this was more than once, about touching the water and sending the tones and the ripples out to all the waters of all the oceans, of all of the, and then I also did it on my end as far as the fresh water and the Great Lakes. And so, and this was a while ago. And it was interesting how we have manifested now in this moment on 11/11 and 11/13, where we are now, and when we saw that image, felt that, was what seems so long ago, but we know it's just in another simultaneous now. But yet, that image that I got of Sarah singing to the water, and the image that I got was us touching the water, putting our finger in the water and sending out the ripples to all inhabitants of the planet, and from that point evaporating out into the cosmos, out to our celestial families, and falling back down to the earth in a continuous cycle. And that's only the best way I can describe it. And then to see us all interacting this way, and being near the water and talking to the water and touching the water, and with the intentions of sending out love, healing, unity, oneness out to the waters of the planet, we touch everything. And when you can picture that, you can picture yourself truly being the part of everything that we are. That little, actually little's an understatement, but that shining crystalline part of all of this. And what a co-creation, what a manifestation from that image in my mind to what has manifested since that time is, I'm in awe of all of it, of you, of me, of all of us, of this together, of this now, this moment, this day, where we are, all of it. It's just, and right now, maybe I'm feeling a little bit in my element. I'm a Sagittarian, and the moon has moved into Sagittarius, and I'm a wolf. I'm a wolf, and so I'm feeling that. Yes, that lunar new moon, that new beginning, new transformation, new starts, and this whole thing with the crystals and toning, and this whole idea of that we all have a vibrational signature that's unique, yet we're all part of that whole beautiful symphony of everything.
Beautiful.
When you're toning to the water, and we're speaking languages or having these conversations, or I'm sending all this out to the lake, and the ancestors and the galactic shamans are coming, and we're raising the vibration of everything. And we can never lose sight of the energy of the few become the momentum of all of the light of everything.
That's
And
right.
make an equal and specific impact upon the all.
Woo! Woo! Hey, Ryan. Woo! Brian, doesn't it just make you want to go boom shakalaka?
Shazam!
Damn!
Hey, that's awesome that you get to visit Karen, Sarah. It's awesome.
So wonderful. I'm
Cool.
really happy that you guys got to do that. I wish you guys would have had the opportunity to do a hangout together.
Yes, I wish as well, but we've
But
been
I know how it goes.
Mhm.
I get it.
Mhm. That would have been nice though. And it's
But yes.
cold and windy at the beach. Oh my goodness.
Really?
Because Gaia, she finds a way to get me wet if she wants me wet.
I bet.
Like usually, it's either rainy and I get wet, like drizzling, or it's the grass is very dewy and it soaks into my shoes, my sneakers, soaks all the way in because the grass is so dewy. Or the dog splashes me.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Or
quite
like
the
just
contrast, huh?
anything. If she wants me wet, I get wet. And today it was so windy on the beach and the sand is flying. And I walk into the water because I don't even want to take the shoes off. Karen allowed me to borrow a big pair of her shoes, so I was able to walk in the water a bit. But I had to dip my hands into the water of the ocean and just kind of anoint myself up to my third eye so that I'll have water on me because I did not want to go into that water. It was too cold.
So you said you're
But
flying back to.
I took my crystals and I put them as far as I could into the ocean. And so the ocean began rising because of the tide, and so my crystals were able to be submerged in the water.
Nice.
And I just, started toning from there. At least I anointed myself with the ocean, but then I began crying. I said, there goes Gaia. She always finds a way.
Yep. Oh, what a beautiful.
Because of the wind was just so strong.
Oh. And there's another thing too, just the crystals and the toning and the intention. And Gaia was saying, thank you, Sarah. And she could feel it in her
Yeah.
heart. In her heart, she could feel it.
Yeah. And there was this new sound, it seemed like this new tone that was specifically for this ocean to create that circle around the seas that I went to. And it was like a sort of the end of the circle, like completion. That's what it was. It was completion. There was a tone I specifically heard. And so to Karen, I said, did you hear that tone?
Wow.
She says, yes. It just kept going on and on and on. And it
Wow.
seemed as if it was human.
Are there
Hear
others
that.
are
It felt
there others
like
around
I didn't
you?
see any dogs. No, no, just us and her dogs. She
No,
has
I mean right
two.
now. Where are you right now? Are you
No, Karen allowed me to sleep in her bed while I'm here, so I'm in her bedroom.
Oh,
And it's
ah,
just me sleeping in her living room. How sweet is she?
isn't that nice of her? Well, how gracious of a host is that? Thank you, Karen. We love you, Karen. That's so
Yeah, I
beautiful.
love her
I'm so
very much.
excited.
We had really great conversations here.
Oh, I bet. We had a great hangout the other day with Karen. She had an event, and what a great, just such wonderful conversations, and talk about transforming, because that was the gist of that whole thing at the end of the day was we were all sharing, being ourselves, and we didn't even agree on stuff, but
Hmm.
we agreed that we love each other in allowance enough to have everyone gets to have their own opinion, and if that's their truth.
Exactly,
And
exactly.
their truth is their truth, and their truth is fine. And if it wouldn't be their truth, and it's not mine because it's theirs, and
Exactly.
and that's okay. And we don't have to push our truth on someone else in order to validate it, in order for us to move in our truth.
But
Mhm.
Wendy, I'd be sad if you didn't love me, huh?
Exactly. And but
We're sorry you feel that way, Brian.
Oh.
and exactly the thing is, those when look at all the people, and the truth of it is, when you look at someone who's walking in in their truth, doesn't that make you want to walk in yours? Doesn't that just make you want to be who you are, just because they are being okay with being who they are?
Amen.
Truly,
Hallelujah.
Yes.
truly.
Is that Aunt Edith?
Hey, honey, how are you?
How are you, darling? I love you. Give me
Hey,
hugs.
honey. Hey,
Give me some
honey.
sugar.
Sugar, sugar.
Yeah.
No, you can't tone, Sarah, because it's quiet time in the house.
Hmm.
But if you'd like to share perhaps a quiet blessing or galactic blessing or a quiet tone or something, that would be
quiet blessing.
That would be very lovely. And I would love everyone. And if we want to go backwards or whatever, how you want to do it, Michelle, Johannes.
No, Michelle. Oh my God. That was last
Justin,
week.
Brooke, Brian, anybody who
Yeah.
wants to chime in and share. And when we're
What's
all
up?
done, I just want to invite in our galactic ancestors and our.
Are you doing Tony?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I'll get down with the get down.
So yeah. So whoever wants to tone or share or let's get it on.
All night long.
Okay.
Go for it, sis.
My phone's about to die. I'm grabbing my charger real quick. Someone else go first.
Okay, yeah, Sarah's gonna go. Go ahead and mute, Justin.
Kirantu ha. Kushanakati yasu. Hashanakatiyaha. Nayasa. Kirinaka kushutuhaeng. Anikia kuruntaya. Akiyasu hasanaka. Akuru isikiata ladano kutuha. Shuruna karantiyaha. Masia kutuna. Shiatia sukataya. Namaste.
Namaste. I like the feeling. I like that feeling. Michelle, is there anything you'd like to share?
Not yet.
Okay, sweetie. Johannes? I don't know if you can talk or not.
I can talk. I can do blessing in some galactic language, definitely.
Anything you want. If there's anything you'd like to share or add or absolutely galactic blessing as well. Wonderful.
Well, I was actually, when you were speaking, I was just making a song out of all the words that I could hear. So I will take up my guitar and I will see if the words that you've been speaking throughout this hangout today will come back.
Wow. Oh my God. I love that, Johannes. Thank you. Wow. Wow, what a beautiful co-creation. You just gave my heart a little flip-flop.
So I'll see if it comes back to me. It is you and me, forever young, forever free. Yes, indeed. It's you and I, forever feel the love for you. That's what I do. I feel love. Yes, I feel the love for me and you, and that makes us us. We are in the same bus. We are me and you. We can live and be forever. See what we can do for me and you. I feel the love. Feel the love, me and you, which makes us us. I feel the love, me and you, that makes us us. Feel the love.
Wow.
Encore, encore.
Namaste, indeed. Wow.
Beautiful picture.
Yeah.
Well, you made me cry.
Oh, such beautiful singing.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
Hi,
Yes, thank
Justin.
you. Amazing.
Justin, or would you or your companion like to share? A blessing, a language, anything?
Iite iri ine ire irohon ishnaraon dada dari i dari i rohon darahano dirmomin shanan toho shanidea swiranoi koto intete in Tori ini ki. The invitation and offer to the Syrian mermaid, dolphin, whale, cetacean collective, the blue, green, ray, yes. Many of you feel our energies in this now. We give thanks, we give gratitudes and appreciation for allowing yourselves to align with your aspects related to the ideas of these archetypal energies. As your belief and faith grows, so does our population. And so will the connection to our collective race of beings still existent on your individual Earths as more of you align with the idea, with the belief of our kind, more of our race will manifest to begin communication in a direct fashion with those open to the experience. Those that allow themselves to align with the idea will act as a beacon, which we will be drawn to. And as one begins to allow themselves to ground our energies through Gaia, through her crust into her core, and then up through your Earth Star chakra to, yes, your etheric roots to your root chakra, connecting then to your second, intensifying the creative energies that flow up through the third, strengthening your confidence and belief in your connection to your family of this nature, which will act as a ping to your multidimensional light and or crystalline light body, your Merkaba. And then when one allows their higher heart to speak, their excitement for the experience, you'll begin to feel the third eye. Imagine many different scenarios of experience of meeting. More one allows oneself to experience these meetings in many different fashions, and then allowing oneself to let go, synchronicity will lead to one's experience. Connecting through our energies with whales and dolphins, for we are a projection of the higher self for these animals of earth. We give thanks to those to the healers of the water, to the healers of Gaia, and those that acknowledge and support their connection with the idea of our consciousness and our species and or race, if you will. We appreciate the openness for the connection in this now.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for the blessings of your light and your love.
Yes, so we are reminded that the Cetacean Nation are here to bring the energy of the Oversoul Collective of the whale, the dolphin oversoul, to guide us into the new understanding of the age of Aquarius, and that your water connects all of you. You are connected to the all.
I was just telling Kayla, like, what what was being shared with me towards the end was like I was getting almost like a pain. And the idea that came to me is like it kind of like it pains me to leave you.
Wow, I can understand that. Is there anything that Kayla would like to share?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You're doing the
She drew this during it.
Wow. Oh, thank you for sharing that. I love that.
Oh, this just fell out too.
What is it?
What?
It's
I don't know. It's just it, but look at the number. It's a mirrored number, guys. 0 and 9, or almost mirrored. But oh shit, it looked mirrored to me for a second. But I don't know what number has. I think that number had. Well, it's something. It fell out in that moment.
Wow.
0, 9.
Thank you for sharing that. I love that. You know, we have a site where we've all been sharing our drawings, our celestial drawings. So we always invite people to share their work on the page. You know, and just share it everywhere. But yeah, I encourage that very much, because these are higher dimensional entities speaking through you, and I want you to know that.
I drew some last night too during the channeling.
Wow. So that's wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful.
Okay. Yeah. So this was during the time my cousin Gabriel last year, and then let's see.
Wow. Boy, your books look like mine. Wow, I love that. Thank you. I have a lot of books and journals and drawings and galactic writings, and wow, look at all that. I love it. Yeah, we highly encourage the sharing of creative expression, and it also activates other people who look at it. So in congruence with what we talked about today, that you needed to share that because there's other people that need to see it. If you drew it, that means others need to see it. So remember that.
Okay. Noted.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Very glad. And you just glow. You have a beautiful aura about you. So I can.
You.
I could definitely feel. I could definitely feel the energy. Hi, Stephen. Are you able to talk?
Yeah, how you doing? How y'all all
Good.
doing?
How y'all doing?
I'm doing just peachy.
Is it sunny in our big star state, Lone Star State?
Yep,
All
surely
right. That's awesome. Well, if you have a moment to share, we were just really talking about transformation and transforming, and today's the 13th, Friday the 13th, and just about the number 13, and I don't know, our ideas of what expansion and transformation really is, and how do we gauge how we've transformed and that kind of thing, and just sort of giving ideas and blessings and so forth. Hello, welcome, Eliza, if I'm saying that properly, Elisa.
Sweet, cool. Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, anything you'd like to share on the subject, or any blessings or languages or anything that comes to your heart?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna drop out and come back in. Something my volume went down on my phone.
Hello, Eliza. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Eliza. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Wendy. You're speaking and no sound.
Peace,
Nice to meet you, Eliza. Thank you. Thanks for stopping in. We're just talking about transformation. So if there's anything you'd like to add to the conversation, please feel free.
Thank
I have a question. Has anyone noticed in the last year any like physical transformations, like in their bodies, by maybe amongst wives during their journey?
That was
Yeah, I can't.
I didn't understand what you
Yeah, I
said.
can't hear you, Justin. I wasn't sure what you said.
What I was asking is like, with transformations, has anyone noticed like any like physical transformations in the body, health wise, or the way the body actually looks now? Like
Oh,
since
definitely. I've definitely seen changes. Well, I've got my own other
Yes.
physiological things going on, but physical expressions of other higher dimensional activities. Let's just put it that way. But yes, absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's something we didn't talk about today, was the transformations we're finding in our own bodies. And as we raise our vibrations, the changes that we start to feel. Some people go through illnesses where they feel like they're getting a cold because you're going through these integrations. We go through all kinds of physical changes, and so I, yes, definitely have been one who's been experiencing fluctuations and things. Some people experience headaches when they're feeling their crown chakras opening. Some people are
Third eye headaches.
I actually felt I actually would feel my endocrine glands like get a little swelled or inflated, and what I would do is I would just do like some intention meditations and like Reiki work and energy work on them, and with the idea of just dissolving them in unconditional love and acceptance. And this was around the time when I was working on like integrating the idea of like the sun's energy, and like integrating like the gamma ray energy that would be coming. So when I was working with those ideas, that's when I noticed like these little like lumps or whatnot come in. And one started under my left nipple first, and then it was like under my left armpit, and then it was under my right armpit, then it went to my right nipple, and then it went to my left like throat gland, and then to my right throat gland, and then after that it stopped.
interesting.
What's
So, yeah.
interesting too is the endocrine glands are what's the glands that are most connected to our chakra system.
Okay. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, and interesting that you mentioned that too, about the whole chakra thing too, and physical changes. Is one of the things I've been noticing, is the whole, as we are opening our chakras and working on our chakras and increasing our energy, your body is going to go through changes. And plus all of the other ET stuff that we've got going on with respect to, and all of that, infusions and DNA and all that. I mean, which we haven't even gotten into, and we don't need to. But the point is, we're all going through extreme changes in our physical energetic bodies, and they're going to come out in all different kinds of ways. And so really it's about riding the wave and understanding that it's part of going through. It's like if anybody's ever gone through what they call growing pains as a child. I mean, they can be they're physically painful.
Ascension puberty?
Yes.
That's
exactly.
awesome.
Exactly. I mean, really, think about it.
I never got a growing pain, but I did. My feet grew so fast when I was younger that I just broke a bone from walking. So maybe some people have like spiritual puberty fractures.
But that's a perfect example.
Well, actually, I mean, okay, like working with Reiki and stuff. Say when I got my first attunement, you did a 21-day cleanse. I felt everything from like the flu to fever to whatever, and but I knew that was my body detoxing itself, right? And my daughter has had a recent experience, which, I just feel like all of our physical manifestations are either a cleansing or not paying attention to or going through some sort of difficulty in our emotional fields. So, there's going to be, with energy, whatever, all of it can manifest in the body. I find for me that just knowing that is so keeps me out of fear that I'm like getting SICK or something like that. It's just kind of how the body cleanses itself even through, the emotional through the physical.
Indeed. Perfect addition.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Eliza.
Hello, Eliza.
Hi, hey, thanks for the warm welcome, you guys.
Oh, you're welcome. How are you? What brought you here, or how'd you find us today?
Oh, well, I've been aware of Hukalo for a little while because I was invited just through Google, I guess.
Oh, good. Okay.
It's kind of a mystery to me how anyone found me, but yeah, I've definitely been on a path of transformation my entire life, and most recently seems like water is a really big part, being such a transmutive element, and I find that keeping my electrolytes really healthy, like eating lots of fruits and vegetables and water and magnesium, like taking magnesium as needed, and has been really helpful in just staying balanced, and even I look at like the way that water is spreading and around the world. Some places there isn't enough water, some places there's way too much water that we can deal with, that maybe the planet too has like using water as a transformative tool.
Oh, indeed. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And yeah, water, well, we do have to remind ourselves that we are, I don't know this, what is it, 78% water or something. So we are going to respond just as the tides respond to the moon. We are part of that whole thing. And actually, this whole lunar energy thing too has a lot to do with the changes that are happening in our physiological bodies because we're mostly water. And I'm glad you brought up the idea of food because part of the transformation is, I agree, and we've been talking about this a lot in many Hangouts, but the idea of colorful foods and high vibrational foods and eating a lot of high water concentrated foods, fruits and vegetables, that kind of thing. I think people are just migrating more naturally toward these things as we raise our vibrations and we become lighter, we want to become lighter. So, and we are also aware of the fact that we are a mirror of what we put inside ourselves. So it's going to show on the inside, and it's going to show on everything we do. So I think that's a very important thing that you brought up about the food and the water, and with respect to how our own bodies are changing. And I know myself, I'm the same way. I'm changing the way I eat and how I feel about food and just everything. So yeah, please, if there's anything you'd like to add to that, please.
Well, I was even thinking how water connects everything. It sticks to itself, and I like the moon. That's huge. I don't even think about how powerful that magnetism is, and it's affecting us all the time. Yeah.
I mean, think about what it can do to an ocean.
Wow.
So imagine what it does to what effect it has on us. And now that we know for sure that the Shikani Oversoul is pumping more energy even into the moonlight for us in massive concentrations of new energy for transforming ourselves. They want us to remind everyone to look at the moon. Look at the moonlight. Be in the moonlight. Talk to it. Ask it questions. And it's a thing. It's an entity. It's here to help us, and it's here to help balance us.
Yeah.
It's not an accident that so many of us are drawn to the moon and the moonlight, and that we are drawn to the idea of the new moon and the full moon, because we understand the cyclical idea behind the beginnings and completions and beginnings and completions. So I think that has a lot to do with it too. And every time we have our own beginning and completion of something we've transformed within ourselves, our molecular structure changes.
Oh yeah. Oh, remember those experiments they did with consciousness and water, and people would project their well wishes or ill wishes into the water, and it would change. Yeah.
Totally. We were just talking about that yesterday in a Hangout, actually, because of the same thing about crystals. And yes, water, plants are waters. So plants contain a great deal of water. They live on water and sunshine and soil. So if you talk mean to a plant, or if you talk happy to a plant, it's going to respond in kind.
My plants love me.
I bet they do, baby.
Like, it was funny because Greg's like, been doing this thing for like 40 years, right? And we had this one, and all the other plants, they showed their sex about super early, and this one it's kind of lagging behind, but it looked really beautiful, and I just feel its energy. I was like, hey, Greg, this one's going to be a special one. Watch. Like, it's going to be a female, too, because it's taking a little longer, and sometimes when ladies, like to look nice, it takes them a little longer to get ready. And he just kind of laughed.
Good analogy.
And it ended up being a female, and it ended up being like 18 feet tall. And it was just in a small 10-gallon bag. And, people that he's been, grown with and known for years are just like, whoa, how'd you do that? Da-da-da-da. And he told him, well, I got, my wife's, daughter's boyfriend here, and he puts his crystals in there, and he'll go out and meditate with them, and do his energy work with them and whatnot. And he had told him, told me this is the biggest plan I've ever had. And it's just they do respond with the love, playing music with them for them. It's real interesting, and then also with what you give them to build themselves with, and they really do appreciate what you do for them. And I also notice if they're plants that we're going to be ingesting or using before harvesting them, or as they're growing, just hey, my infinite eternal gratitude that you're allowing me to be able to harvest you, to be able to use for being able to make my vessel feel more comfortable in my vessel, to feel more connected. So I'm able to help others and those endeavors and those feelings. And especially like out here in Hawaii, like you can put a popsicle stick in the ground and it'll damn near grow. And it feels like we can cultivate these types of things just with our energies and our love. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a certain region. Just infusing it with our love and our gratitude and acceptance, it really makes a huge difference. And then it's just gonna, like we were talking about earlier, where, you know, if we do something for ourselves, you know, if we're starting to do that for other things, and we'll do it for more for ourselves, and or do it more for ourselves, and vice versa. And they're a lot of fun to talk to. They actually will communicate, and it's real neat. It's really neat.
Thank you for sharing, Justin. That was wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. And I think gratitude, you know, I think it's about the gratitude.
Gratitude's the attitude.
When we show something, any kind of a living organism, gratitude for its existence, it responds in gratitude. And it doesn't matter what it is.
Yes, it reflects back the love that you put out.
Yes, and with that said, Stephen, yes, is there anything that you'd like to share as well, and or anything, any additions or blessings or ideas about transforming?
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll go look for this mysterious.
Like
Thank you. Much love to all.
Wow, thank you. Namaste. Can you identify that, Stephen?
No, just going with the flow.
Wow. I love it. I've never heard that one before.
It felt female.
Wow, it felt very high vibration, high vibrational. I can't even talk.
I was getting like tingling, like right around the right above my knee, from like the top of my knees down to my feet were just like really tingling and vibrating.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna tell you what was vibrating.
That's what I'm saying. It was a real like lower body, like.
Oh yeah, I mean, wow. I was just like, woo, that opened up a door.
Very nice. So this is my blessing that I did while we were doing.
Oh, thank you. Look at that, you guys. Oh. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. You can
I
draw.
love that, Michelle. I mean, what a beautiful vibration. See, this is
Michelle,
what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
is it a seed? Or what is it?
I don't know. I just draw. I don't know.
She does, and it's always amazing.
That's what I keep telling her. They're always amazing.
They're always amazing. Even the one she's like, I don't like this one. I'm like, oh my God, it's so good.
Thank you. That is a beautiful blessing. This is what I'm talking about, you guys. Abundance comes in every way. Gifts come in every form.
Show it again, Mommy. JC didn't see.
Don't compare yourself to anybody. I can't do that. I can't draw that.
It must be my phone.
Beautiful.
If you want, JC, I can take a picture later and send it to you.
Yeah,
oh, there we go. Now, wow.
Isn't that cool as heck? You should see her work, Justin. Oh my gosh, it's like, it's amazing her work. Her work is amazing.
That resonates deeply with me.
Kind of looks like this.
It's almost like it's almost like all of our third eyes open today or something.
Turns to
Mhm.
Namaste.
Namaste.
You know what's cool?
No.
That one has a very female energy about it. Usually when I look at your work, like I'm not great at picking up on male and female energies, but I'm getting better. A lot of your drawings have like a very soft masculine energy, but that one had a very strong female energy to me.
That was
Yes, and
beautiful.
just to
So did the
add
tone
on
of
to
my
that,
voice, which is
And
weird.
and the tone
Yeah,
was beautiful. That was a
it was
beautiful tone.
beautiful.
I loved it,
and
Michelle. Keep it going.
Oh my God, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Stephen.
yes, yes, I'll just say, yeah, you kept it going. I did receive the message I got from that drawing was that Mother Gaia sees you, and you see Mother Gaia.
Oh, I love that interpretation.
Thank you so much.
I mentioned to Kayla, to me it looked almost like an eyeball, like a tree growing into an eyeball.
Oh yeah, she does a lot of eyeballs. I told her that yesterday. I said she's got a lot of representations of like third eye opening, and she does a lot of eyeballs and a lot of plants, a lot of trees, a lot of leaves.
Well, what I wrote at the bottom is how is this serving me? Because we were talking about something. But we were also talking about 13 and what that meant. And I don't know. That's just what happened.
That was beautiful. That's a beautiful what happened. That was beautiful. I'll tell you what, wow, what a day of creativity. Johannes' song and just everything. I mean, and just Sarah's message and Steve's message and Eliza coming in and wow, thanks everyone so much for sharing. Hi, Guru Dan, how are you? We're just talking about 13 and transforming and what's our idea of when we've transformed something within ourselves, how do we identify it? And we're just kind of at that giving blessings kind of point and just ideas about that. So if there's anything you'd like to share, please do, and Brooke as well.
Okay. I did want to say this before I forget. So I can't remember exactly when I did it, not long ago, but I tried something new because we were talking about bodies of water. So when we were talking about bodies of water, um, so I've been doing a lot of bilocating lately to work on people's energy fields and stuff. Well, mostly just to like Sheldon and Zach, but so I did a bigger one and I sent my light body to the coast of Alabama and like touch the ocean with my light body, and it has a melody. It seems like it changes all the time, but I was sitting here muted and singing the melody that I felt from the ocean for like a solid 4 minutes.
Oh, I love that. Are
Yeah, I
you?
never ever thought before that the oceans
Oh,
would sing songs.
but of course they do. And I think I even said that in one of my videos the other day about when I was at the water was that the water's singing to you, and so that's such a beautiful. Wow, that's
It
really
was a
beautiful.
really cool melody. If I can
Is
get back
there,
in
I
the
mean, to
state of
say
it.
if you can share it or if you'd like to, I mean, I'd should love to hear it
Yeah,
now
I
or
can,
sometime.
try and go back again and get back into
Yeah,
the.
that would be great. I think we'd all love to hear it if you'd like to share it.
Sure, okay. Let me situate and biolocate.
Some people have cooler kids than others, just saying.
You're welcome, Mom.
Yeah, just saying, you're awfully right about that. You do indeed.
That's the one I got that time. It's very different from the first one.
Oh, it's a beautiful, Brooke. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Wow.
It made me tear up a little bit. I don't know why.
Oh, because it's so beautiful. I mean, wow. Because
That's
it's,
cool. So that's a new
oh,
thing.
that was really, really beautiful.
Should have recorded
Sound
Oh
like the
wait, this is
mermaid
recorded.
singing.
Yeah, my connection with water is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So, and
Hi,
it's
Sean.
very awesome.
That was beautiful, yes. And this whole thing about water, I'm glad you brought that up, Eliza, too, about the just reiterating about the water and the connection to, because that's one of the biggest messages I've been getting for quite some time now, but especially recently, and maybe it is the whole moon in Scorpio thing and the new moon in Scorpio, and then all of this energy with the full moons and the new moons, and now we're in the age of Aquarius, and it's all about water and the fact that water connects everything. Like our breath, it is the life. Water is life, and I think part of our understanding our connection to everything is understanding that idea about water, that water is the connecting force of life. But in general, Sean, we're talking about 13 and Friday the 13th, and because I was thinking about transform and the number 13, and just was talking about transformation and how we transform and how we identify how we're transforming, and just examples of how we've transformed, that kind of thing. And so that's what we've been talking about, and so we're kind of sharing that, and we were sharing blessings and things. So Dan came in just a little bit ago too. So if there's anything you'd like to share to Dan, and if is there anything else that you wanted to add to that, Brooke? That was really beautiful.
Um, no, it was like the feeling that came with it was interesting. It was very like buoyant in the heart and very soothing, but sad too. It was sad. Well, sad.
Can you identify the sadness?
No, that's the weird part. Because, like, when I did the bilocation thing, I kind of just went to the edge of the water. I didn't go in all the way. Just put my hand in the very edge. And no, I didn't really delve deeper because I was just trying to channel the sound. But I should do that again later
Well,
and see what I feel.
it was truly moving. Thank you.
No problem. I like trying new things. It was fun.
That's what this is all about, trying new things, and that's what today was all about, was transforming and trying something new.
Well, this is Eliza, and water is reminded me of and the moon and art and the way our art evolves and the way it comes out of us. It just reminded me of how water just finds the path of least resistance and it flows and it doesn't stop or think. It works all together, and it just maybe when we're going through all this change, it's so nice to remember that we don't have to work. We could just flow and hold hands, and let it take us, like,
I love that.
because the work is done. I think, like, you're on the train you're on at this point probably, and not like anyone can jump on the train if they change their mind, but for those of us who've been transforming, it's like the momentum is there.
Yes, and I'm glad you mentioned momentum, because just like you said about the water flowing, that's what this is all about, is learning that to go with the flow and not against it. We all know what it's like to try to swim against a current. We all know what it's like to just swim against it. So when you're swimming against the current, we know that when you're in trouble and the water starts to take you away, you're supposed to float and let it take you. And you're exactly right. And it worked. Every water drop of water finds its balance, its natural balance, and its natural flow. And yes, another drop of water is going to collect to another drop of water because it understands it has more power in unity. And look at the power of water. This is one of the things the entities even were trying to drive into that video that on 11/11 about the water is you have to be with the flow, yet look at the power behind water when you allow it to flow in the direction it desires. Water can move mountains.
Yeah, and it doesn't do it all at once. I think it's good to remind ourselves that water works over time, and sometimes we don't see the change because just little bits are being corroded at a time, and then at a certain point when the crusty parts, yeah, like piece by piece, the crusty parts kind of give way at the end. It's sort of a gentle, I don't know.
I like that. I like that analogy too about the whittling, the wearing over time too. Is that it takes a long time to make a diamond, and I think we forget too sometimes and if you use the garden analogy or the seeds analogy, that you don't always plant a garden all at the same time, or even if you do plant it at the same time, you plant a whole bunch of different kinds of seeds, and then they're all going to bloom at different times, and you water them, and then you walk away and you let the sunshine take them, and that you can't stand over and watch it, and they're not all going to grow and bloom at the same time, and they're all going to be different, and they're all unique, and they all have a special place in the garden. And yet you don't stand over them the whole time just watching them, waiting for them to grow. You have to walk away and know that the sunshine and the soil and the water and the air are going to do their job, and then you're going to come back and you're going to find something beautiful. So yes, it takes time. It softens stones over time. And you're right, we forget sometimes that we're always flowing, we're always changing, we're always growing and expanding, yet sometimes we don't see how we're changing. Hey Dan, yeah, water is the only substance on the planet that can be all three states of being: gas, liquid, and solid. And that is actually the same exact analogy I used last night in the Crystal Hangout. So thank you for that validation. Is there anything you'd like to share, Guru Dan, about transformation? Or 13? Or Saibo? Or a blessing or anything?
No. I'll just let everybody experience their thing. Unpolluted experience.
Well, thank you for sharing what you shared and what I just read in the side chat.
You're welcome. I wish I had more chocolate to share because everybody loves chocolate.
Yum.
But me no got. We should fix that.
And remember that too, you guys. Water is all three, can be all three states: gas, liquid, and solid. But it's always still the same. It's just transformed itself into a different type of energy, much like us.
Somebody found Rolo Minis.
Yeah, I got chocolate. Love them.
Chocolate. Hi, Sean. How about you? Is there anything you'd like to share, say, blessing, anything?
I don't entirely believe that water can be the only substance that can go through all three states of being.
No, not only. Oh, he said. Oh, I see what you're saying. Water is the only substance. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I believe that, different substances, everything has its boiling point, everything, has its so-called freezing point. So I do believe that there's more than one liquid, and then of course there's stuff that we haven't even, seen yet, elements that we don't even know about yet.
Oh, indeed, indeed. However, I would have to say too, though, that in a particular experience, we can all experience one type of experience or another. So maybe sometimes we experience ourselves as a liquid or a gas or a solid, depending on how we wish to experience ourselves. Yet we can transform ourselves into anything.
Like chocolate, it can be hard or it can be melty.
Oh, good. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Yeah.
And I'm sure if you heat it up enough, it can turn into gas.
I was just going to say it. I bet if you heat it up high enough, yep, it would probably just evaporate into the wonderful scent of chocolate.
I want to share too, today I'm extremely white-brained.
Okay. And how does that feel as opposed to being other than that?
Some stuff is like, when you're saying that, different people can be different, like, states of matter. It was like, like, I kind of get on the spiritual level, but it's hard to actually, get around in my head, It's like my head is very, like, one, like, very logical today, very, really straightforward. But then I understand I have a spirit too, and my spirit understands it. It's just I'm very head orientated today.
Well, I think I would have to say that we as humans, I think also can be all of those things. We can be gas, we can be liquid, and we can be solid. Even if we're not really fully aware of that, I believe that we can be all those things and that we already are all those things and that we're just becoming aware that we are all those things.
So the point of view I would see out of it is the solid would be our physical body, the gas would be like our farts or belches, and then the liquid would be the actual, water that's in us.
And there you go. Body, mind, and spirit. 3, the Trinity.
You just reminded me of that woman from Matrix.
Well, there you go. Triggering an idea.
I knew gas was going to come up at some point.
Well, I didn't quite think of it myself in that way, but yeah.
I totally thought of it, and then I was like muted, dying laughing, because of course It's a 19. How are you 19, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, 19-year-old boy.
I,
Perfect.
I'm not if
Also, you have me as a daughter, so you know.
I know, that's exactly what I was just waiting on it.
I'm not afraid to say something. If something comes up, I'm gonna say it. So just be aware of that too when you're around me. If I'm feeling something, I'm gonna say it.
I was just thinking it.
But see, Sean, that's the beauty of you, is you love yourself unconditionally enough to say, I'm going to say what I'm going to say when I'm going to say it, and being okay with that. And that's kind of what we were talking about today, is being able to transform
Yeah.
ourselves to be able to do something that perhaps you take very naturally.
Don't limit yourself. Like
Exactly.
by doing that, you're limiting yourself. You are perfection manifested. Everyone in this room is perfection manifested. Everyone in this room has source flowing through them. Everyone in this room is an aspect of God. Why would an aspect of God want to limit itself unless it wants to experience that? And if you choose to experience that, that's fair enough for you. You have your own free will. But for the people that don't want to experience limitation anymore, you're limiting yourself by, if something comes through and then you don't say it, or a message comes through, you don't say it, that's limiting yourself.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself, Sean, and I think you pretty much summed up pretty much the entire conversation of the day with that statement.
Well, that's good because you know me, I like simplicity.
Yes, and you know what? For those of us who are still in the idea that things have to be complex in order to that's a great refreshing reminder, is to keep it simple, because it is simple. It's very it's very complex, but it's not complicated.
You see, it's also very challenging for them, for like people that that are so like they don't really want to wake up. So it's like I remember when I had the option of early on, I had the option of waking up, but I didn't do it because I was afraid of what would happen if I actually started to go down this path. So it's a very simple thing, but it's complex to the person that's extremely white-brained. That's just the way I feel about it.
Indeed.
And I say I'm fortunate because I'm, younger, so, everything that, it's much more easier for me to do stuff. I probably, the ideas that are shared, I would tend to believe them more. And, if I'm feeling something, I actually ask myself, well, why the hell am I feeling this way? Instead of someone going, oh, I feel this way, so I'm going to act this way or that way. Not
Excellent.
that, yeah. And for everyone out there that doesn't really know, right brain is the analytical, mathematical, 2 plus 2 equals 4 side of your head, and the creative it wouldn't be even thinking about what 2 plus 2 is. A creative side, which is the left side, would think, oh, let's go and paint a picture of what I perceive 6 is. And then you could have like a whole beautiful, painting.
Exactly. And the idea behind that is to balance both sides of the brain. And I'm going to use Bashar's example of the infinity sign symbol turned sideways, is that is the epitome of the understanding of balance between the two sides of the brain. And you can literally draw that with your finger or anything and look at that symbol, and to assist you whenever you feel as if you would like more balance in using both sides of your brain.
Fuck, just sung it well there.
Well, if If there's anything anybody else would like to share, or Sean, would you like to offer a galactic blessing?
Oh, hell yeah.
I thought you might.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to say something, but since I'm living in the moment, it just passed my mind.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if you'd like to share, please do.
It was something about, freaking, right and left brain people. You know, if you're extremely right brained, here's one for the left and right brained people to do. Just a recommendation. I'm being half serious here, but if you're extremely right brained, go out into nature, see what happens. If you're extremely left brained, do some maths. And after you do some maths in nature, that's it. If you're extremely creative, and if you want to balance in, I would tend to prefer people. Well, I tend to prefer to be left-brained, but I'm kind of always in that right-brained mentality more. So it's like I'm shifting more and more now these days into actual neutrality. But anyway, I'll do that galactic lesson. Wanayato kata isotowa natakaka siasa towa mana atawa mana haka sototowi tiakatoshi shananata alakato ikasoto mananakai ikea sotonomata awata iakashia no pakakata tikato sitia alakata toma shiata wamanana toa yako isoto wamana skakatotri nyate ashoto wakataki toto atawamana akakalati ashoto wamata ekatsinya tiahwati shiasu tanaka awapatukato manate eshalakata takakotoko ikiato sipiata takakatako tikipia pushuta talalako wasata wakato wamanadiashu timiata kakata atawapa atie eakana atawapa eakato alakato isia to manatai anakoso to ayano.
Nahasha Taha. Namaste.
Namaste.
Is there any translation on that for anybody?
I felt Syrian energy.
Interesting.
It kind of pierced me.
What did you feel, Sean?
Well, as I was speaking, I was actually literally after I muted myself, I actually had to take a few deep breaths because I was sort of speaking from my heart of hearts. I felt like I was connected to it, and I felt like it was extremely old, and yeah, whatever the language was, it was extremely from my ancient past, which I have had, Syrian lives that have, been really, really old in the sense that in my incarnational cycle, it was one of the first in my incarnational cycles being Syrian, and it's interesting because I've noticed that when I'm actually trying, I think it's funny almost now that when I'm trying to connect at least consciously to one race, I always tend to connect to another race, and I do believe that I've been getting assistance from the Syrians for some time now. As for messages,
Well, I would definitely tend to agree with that, Sean. Because as we know, I always feel the Syrian energy around you and us. And today's been a very high Syrian energy, very high water energy.
That just pierced me, like through my heart. And then I got two bolts of electricity when you were explaining what you were feeling, Sean.
Wow.
Like through my body. It was very interesting.
It's so weird because like literally like my soul knows that I'm in constant contact by really being living in my body today. So it's like I've had no messages or anything from these alien guys, but then as soon as I come into these hangouts, literally I don't know if it's my feeling is it's like I get something like that's in the subconscious, and then when I go into a hangout, just boom, it's right there. So it's very interesting, because today I haven't really been feeling any, ETs, any strong particular ETs energy today. I've been living a very third dimensional lifestyle today, watching football with my dad and all. So, it's very, interesting how that's worked out.
Well, again, maybe it's about the balance, Sean. Maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe that's part of what drew you here now is because you had spent a great deal of the day that way, and now maybe the other part of you is looking for a little, I call it like, sometimes I call it like my spiritual food, or, like when my body just sort of knows what I need when I need it, whether it's something quiet, a meditation kind of a video, or if it's a particular channeler or something like that, it's sort of like I'm drawn to the thing that I need in that now.
But it's very interesting you say that though, because earlier on today I basically saw three hangouts posted like throughout the course of today, and as I've been doing is I've been feeling the resonation. So hangout, so if someone posts a hangout, before I go into it, it's like, does this hangout actually resonate with me, or is it just me that just wants to go into these hangouts? And a lot it's just been okay, that this hasn't been resonating, and then I don't go into them, and then today is the first day I sort of went into a hangout that actually was like screaming out to me, and it's interesting what's happened since I came into the hangout.
Well, I therefore give you guys a perfect example of synchronicity, following your joy, and being in harmony, and transforming ourselves into the knowing that if you just follow your joy, everything's going to be perfect for you.
Yes, as long as you have fun. That's a
Yes.
kind of like a cardinal rule I go by. It's like as long as I'm freaking having fun, because there's no point going through massive transformation and you're like, oh, I don't want to do this. Oh no, no. It's like, well, what's the point in going through massive transformation if you're just sort of like resisting against it? So as long as you're like literally following your joy and you're happy about it, well then it makes everything that much easier.
Yes, exactly. And that's the idea, is you're going with the joy and letting that be your compass, and letting the joy that comes after that unfold because you followed that joy. And had you not, you wouldn't have had that interaction.
I got told when I was really young, like by my mum, whenever I was going to school, she was just like, make sure you actually enjoy yourself, make sure you have a little bit of fun, because it makes time fly. And I noticed that during those days where I actually did have fun, as hard as it sounds, that there was a few days in school where I actually literally enjoyed myself. Literally, the time just went by so fast. And now what I've realised is that it wasn't actually, oh, this fun is distracting me. What was it was actually because I was in my highest joy at that time, I literally shifted into a different dimension. I shifted into a different knowing. I shifted into a different being.
Yes, Sean, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to remind everybody that exactly that. When you're in your joy, you're not experiencing time. And you are literally When you are somewhere doing something you love, and it doesn't matter what it is, and you are losing the idea of time passage, you are only aging the amount of time that you feel has actually passed. So, I mean, we can sit and hang out together all day long, and yet it could feel as if only a few minutes have passed by in some ways because it was so much fun, it went by so fast, yet it makes it feel as if the day was days long in some ways because there was so much joy packed into every single moment. Have you ever felt that way when you have a weekend and you go out on Friday night and then you do some cool stuff on Saturday and then maybe you do some either relaxing or something cool on Saturday night, and then Sunday comes around and you've got a couple things to do, or you do some relaxing, or you go for a Sunday drive, and by Sunday night, because if you've been in joy all weekend, it feels as if you've been on vacation because you've been in joy and all you've really done is followed your joy. But the idea is you're not taking up time when you're in joy, so you're physically only aging the amount of time that you truly feel has passed. So when you're in joy, you're ageless, you're timeless, because you're operating outside of time.
You know, I heard something interesting that all the cells in your body replenish themselves over a 7-year period. So I was given the idea a while back ago that actually humans, they never reach past 7 years old. It's just that we perceive ourselves to be aging, and that's why we actually, age.
It is truly a belief system. And I was always curious about that myself, actually, about that whole idea, which is still a question in my mind, really, is if that's true that you're new, if you've completely, replenished yourself or over 7 years' time, how is it then that we're new every moment?
Oh, because that's just our biological, a lot of people think that, we are, bodies, is, no, sorry, we are spirit that's in bodies, but actually we are spirit that's actually controlling a body.
Yes,
You
that's
know,
correct. Very good. I'm glad you mentioned that too, Sean, because we often in our three-dimensional reality, we think our creation, our reality is happening to us, and that's not the case. Our bodies are inside of our consciousness. Our consciousness is not inside of our body. So you're absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out.
and that's why our body ages, because we made that reality. We made, you said, oh, why does it age? What was the actual question again?
How is it that I want a clarification on that statement that if your body completely changes and is brand new every 7 years, how is that, how does that relate to the idea, though, that if we're new every moment? If you're
Well,
new every moment, then you're always new, always new, always new. So,
truly our body actually doesn't get past 7 years old. What happens is our consciousness perceives that we're past 7 years old. So then that new body that's happening every second is because we're perceiving, oh, we're 8. Well, then that's going to perceive a body of 8. Oh, I'm 50. Oh, well,
right,
reality is going to perceive a body that's 50 years old.
got it. And it's interesting that you say that because perception is reality, as we all know. And those who know, who feel young inside, are young.
I like the way Alice, I think it's Alice, Alice or ALL said that she always felt like she was 7 years old.
Oh, Eliza, yeah. Do you wanna elaborate on that, Eliza?
Sorry for butchering your name, by the way.
No, I wasn't sure how to pronounce it either. Is that correct? Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if she can speak right now.
Okay, that's everything is in its divine timing.
Exactly. But thank you for that, Sean. I thank you, because that was something that's been actually that I've been thinking about for a while. So see, there's a perfect example of had a question in my head and just sort of put it out there that, I'd like clarification on that thing, and then all of a sudden here we have this talk
I,
about it and it helps clarify it for me.
I just want to say that that answer that came, that's not me. That wasn't me. That was something else that was just speaking. As I say, I'm a vessel that the universe speaks through. So this Sean, even though I perceive this consciousness perceives that, oh well, there's this spirit that's controlling this body that's named Sean. Well, it's actually the universe.
Oh, I like that, Sean. Thank you for for expanding on that too. That not only is our body in our consciousness, but yeah, our consciousness is all. It's all. We can know anything we need to know when we need to know it. We don't need to memorize a single thing.
Yes, and we know all. It's just coming into the remembrance that we know all.
And trusting when you hear the answer, and always the answer is going to be in your question. If you're asking the question, you're already the vibration of that thing that you're thinking about. So the question is always, your answer is typically in your question. And if you just ask yourself the question, your higher self, as if they were sitting in a chair across from you, and then you just look and wait for the answer, it's the answer.
And your higher self will never tell you the answer that's out of alignment with yourself.
Thank you. And that's where the trust comes in the believing in yourself that you're not going to lie to yourself. And if you're not going to lie to yourself, the only time you're going to question is if your belief systems are not in harmony with your true core vibration.
Well, if anyone's listening to this and they're only getting into this whole spirituality thing, literally what happens is at the start you feel like, oh, it's just yourself telling you, but then you'll ask a question and your higher self will actually answer it. And then for some crazy reason, it actually gets confirmed by another source, and then, it gets confirmed by something else too. And it's just like, oh my God, this is actually not me. It's coming into the realization that, because a lot of, people, particularly when you're beginning, it's like, well, oh, how do I know that I'm actually talking to my higher self and not just me? Many times when you're talking to your higher self, information comes through to you that is slightly, you feel the vibration is slightly higher than the current vibration that you're at. Because Martin Luther King said that a problem cannot be solved from the same consciousness level. It always has to come from a higher consciousness level. And when you're speaking to your higher self, it's actually an aspect of you, but it's different. So therefore, the answer will be because it's a higher aspect of yourself. It will come from a higher, realm of understanding than yourself.
Precisely. And that's a perfect example of, and Einstein said the same thing. You cannot solve the problem. You cannot find the solution from the perspective of the problem. That's why he would think about the problem and then he would go to sleep or take a nap and say, okay, let me go search my higher self for the answer. And when he would he would often wake up with inventions, or the answer to his equation, or so forth. So that's exactly right. If you can picture yourself talking to yourself, your higher self, as another entity, because it is, but it's still you. Like even all of us here today are talking to our higher selves because it's what we needed to hear. And it's a permission slip to hear what we needed to hear, but it comes through as somebody else. It comes through as the voice of someone else, but it's simply a reflection of what we all needed to hear.
Oh, and another thing I want to add to that is, but before I add to it, Oh yeah, it wasn't Martin Luther King that said that, it was actually Einstein. Thanks for that remembrance. But a lot of you see a lot of what people do when they're beginning this spiritual journey, and at least this is what happened to me anyway. I can't speak for all, but when I actually got the answer, it was like, oh, I actually did not want to hear the actual answer because I was resistant to change. So a lot of times, at least at the beginning anyway, when you do speak to your higher self, you actually mightn't like the answer, and that may also, turn away, people from asking. But if you actually, accept, what you're actually, getting, because you see, the difference is you absolutely, there's no doubt that it's the truth. It's just the truth that you didn't really like because it may cause you to actually change. And that's another thing I want to say.
That is an excellent, excellent point. Right on the money, Sean. Right on the money.
Hey, I have a question that might be unrelated.
Oh, please, doesn't matter.
Okay, well, I'm wondering with all of the ET experiences people have had here, and all of the research that I'm sure a lot of people have done in their various areas of interest, um, are the worlds of the ETs, the experience of the ETs, are they transforming too? And is that an active or passive? I mean, are their worlds totally polluted and violent, or
All of the above. Yes, they're watching. Yes, they're listening. Yes, they're learning. We are we're the TV show that everybody tunes into in the cosmos to see how are they doing it? What are they doing? If anybody can come out of that darkness, if they can do it, let's see how they do it. And then the other side of that is those out there who have agreed to be our guides, who have already done it and have already shown themselves what they do and do not prefer in their existence, and we're tapping into those timelines and that information
I'll give you a
all
very
at the same time.
I'll give you a very good example of what it's like for the ETs. I'm not saying all of them are bad, but with human perception, the Draconians, oh, they're the bad guys in the block. Well, first of all, I just want to establish that the Draconians, not all of them are actually negative. There's some actually positive. But what's beginning to happen now is that the Draconians have watched us and how we're actually developing, and they're like, oh crap, we're trying to an aspect of our group, an aspect of our civilization was trying to drag down humanity, and like we tried it and tried it and we freaking tried our best, but now they're starting to ascend, they're starting to wake up. It's basically game over for them. So what some of them actually started to do is they're actually getting higher now. They're deciding to go through an aspect of their ascension process because they watched what they tried to do almost anything that was within their power to actually not make humanity ascend, but humanity's ascending now, so they're like, well, we're gonna ascend too. So that's just like an example.
well, so the Draconians are ascending because they watched what we did?
A group, an aspect, a group of Draconians. A lot of Draconians are still in the lower fourth dimensional energy, but because of they saw the suppression that was happening, and the suppression of humanity has been going on for like thousands of years. So when they saw that, oh, we've been suppressing these guys for thousands of years, it's not doing us any good. It's not doing them any good. We're actually, it's not doing us any good. So what's the point of trying to suppress other races? Because eventually what's going to happen is they're also going to you know go to what we're going through too. And at the beginning they saw that oh, humans were the best choice because of our emotions. If humans can go through this ascension because of our variety of emotions, because of how deeply we feel emotions, then this group of reptilians realize that, oh, well, if they're going to do it, then every other group can also do that too, you know. So they're like, okay, well, we tried our best. That didn't work. Some of them have apologized now. People are actually starting to experience contact from, the Draconians because, they're sort of trying to, say sorry. And then now, a group of them, not all of them, but, a group of them now are trying to actually, because what they saw, they're trying to go raise their vibration so they can go up.
Also, like, what is transformation like for the various races? Do they get headaches and flu symptoms? And I wonder what that's like.
Anyone else care to answer? Because I have my opinion, but it's probably different than anyone else's.
Watch 8 billion Hookalo videos.
Well, that's a good question.
Experience when Draconian came to me, and like the idea that came to me was like it was a like neutral, benevolent, and Draconian, and like the idea that also came to me was like something came to me that like the Archon idea, and then like a similar thing occurred, like hey, like you know if you're able to imagine it, then essentially that's what the reality becomes. So when I was able to imagine, oh, okay, I'm able to imagine, benevolent Draconian. I'm able to imagine it, this or that, and then I was able to, then get to a place where, okay, now I just accept all that is as love, and just perceive things as vibrations, and whether they're preferred vibrations, if it's something that I prefer to feel, something that I prefer to explore, and and let's say if it's something that I'm not as comfortable exploring, then that was like a way for me to begin to explore it. Was think of it, just do my best to think of it, and that idea. I'd imagine that they experience the ones that live in realms of physical existence similar to ours. I'd imagine that they would have similar physical, even if they aren't. I'd imagine that they do have some type of
I would think
shift.
so. I mean, I would think so too, that they're all going to feel shifts as well. And remember, as we become telepathic and we become able to communicate with other frequencies are going to start to be able to communicate with us. So what we have in this whole equation, one of the things we haven't really begun to even discuss is the idea that pretty soon, and I'm sure it's already happening to certain individuals, where we are the ones who are the guides. We are the ones who are the ones being channeled. Now think about that. We're the ones who, other civilizations, in answer to your question, Eliza, yes, they're watching us. Those who are in, for example, okay, let me put it in perspective, in our Earth as we know it, let's go back to our Renaissance days, and yet in the Renaissance days, even then, in all other periods throughout humanity as time we know it here, that people existed who were in touch with other realms. Now, sometimes they were persecuted, sometimes they were rewarded, sometimes they were honored, sometimes they were worshipped, but yet they existed. So there were always those who knew there was a gateway to the other side. So therefore, it would only stand to reason then that there's other civilizations out there who are in the same place we were then, and they're experiencing all of their timelines, and within all of that are those who are able to connect to other realms and other frequencies. That's how you talk to your higher self. That's how you talk to your Pleiadian self, your Arcturian self, your every other self you can possibly imagine, your spirit guides, your animals, you were stones, you were a stone, you were a tree, you were an animal, you were a Native American, you were an Egyptian, uh, you were Toth, you were all of those things. You already are. You still are because everything's happening here and now. So these people are able to now channel us. So as we ascend and raise our vibration, we're also meeting other vibrational beings and rendezvousing with them, even though we don't maybe have a physical recollection or a dream recollection or even a conscious recollection. But yet, how many times have you stopped in the middle of the day and had a thought or an idea or a feeling or something that came into your heart space or into your solar plexus or into your mind, or a thought or a feeling, or you went to go browse in a bookstore and some book jumps out at you for some subject you don't have a clue why you even would care, but all of a sudden it interests you. It's them talking to us. It's us talking to them. So yes, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of civilizations out there looking to us, just like we're looking to all of the entities that we are so graciously being channeled by all these channelers who are opening up themselves to be clear channels of information out of nothing more than the love of wanting to bring higher understanding to humanity.
And from what I've heard too was that this ascension it's happening now, but in the next 50 years, when we actually go out and start to actually have interactions, when we're like on Mars and like our civilization like is on like different planets within our solar system, talking about them after we join our galactic brothers and sisters. Apparently that's gonna have an effect on every single race, and apparently even on the races that are not even conscious of us. That it's gonna be like a wave almost, that it's literally gonna affect everyone. Not one race will be changed. I heard Bashar speak before of a civilization that basically blew up another planet that belonged to another civilization, and that basically had a wave effect too. So if a civilization is basically destroyed, well then what happens when a civilization actually ascends? How much more of a wave that will be?
Wow, thank you, Sean. Yes, the momentum of the energy of that is sometimes hard for us to wrap our minds around, and it may be a little bit inconceivable, but I think that really explains it very well.
Like he said, that affected us, and I'm sure at that stage we had no idea of any UFOs or basically anything. So if it affected us and we had no idea about it, and that was the polarity of what we're talking about, what do you think's gonna happen to basically everyone when we actually ascend? And the amount of benefits that humanity, if we can control our emotions, if we sort of start to gain control over our emotions, kind of like a Spock civilization, but then we also have that no man left behind attitude. The amount of good that we could do in the whole in like the universe, it's unspeakable. Now at least anyway.
Indeed, unfathomable, uneffable. We don't even have words to describe the changes
Mar-
that we're
Mar-
making.
Martin Luther King says being to when he was speaking, when he said he's been to the mountaintop, I don't believe that was a figure of speech. I believe he actually saw what humanity was to become, And when he saw that, he could only say, I've been to the mountaintop, because he could have not vocabularized what he actually saw when he saw the pinnacle of what humanity was to become.
Wow, that's a very good observation, you know, a very good observation. Because that's, even I feel that way, that I've seen things from a different perspective and from such a multidimensional dis perspective, ultra dimensional. I don't even, it changes how you understand everything and how just the harmonic existence of everything. And to know that, yes, if you can at any moment give yourself all the possibilities that you can physically think of as to how a specific situation can unfold, and then you still can't even fathom all the other possibilities because we just aren't capable. And it's okay because our brains aren't made to do that. But the idea is now we're going to be able to take a look at all the multiple dimensional decisions before us and see from a higher point of view simply by instinct in many ways. Which way do I want this moment to unfold? Because I know that this moment is going to change, is going to define the vibration for the next moment. So which vibration do I want to create? What scenario do I want to create? How do I want that interaction to take place? How do I want to envision it for the highest good of myself and the highest good of the all? And being able to see all those different scenarios lie before you and choose the one that resonates the highest with you, with your highest good. That's seeing things from the mountaintop on a personal level, which by doing that changes the vibration of everything. And he knew that. They all knew that. All of those who spoke before us, who tried to make us all understand that it was all about allowance and allowance and unconditional love, the message was always the same. It doesn't matter who the messenger was. That we're finally getting it. That if you don't start to see that everything, every change changes everything. Imagine ourselves as a huge Swiss watch. Every single time one cog turns, every other cog turns with it. So everything changes everything. Absolutely.
I'm just gonna. Please speak up. I was just gonna say I was just gonna let more people talk.
Well,
Who is that? Anybody.
Changing perspective and the mountaintop, and that is one of the most exciting things that has come out recently more and more is our understanding of the bacterial world. And instead of looking at it as a scary or disgusting kind of thing, seeing there's so many applications and ways that they can solve so many problems in a really symbiotic way. So I'm so excited how our perspective is changing on things like other species and understanding how like the fungal root system will interconnect all the other roots of all the other plants and allow for exchange of nutrients, and the plants can talk to each other and warn each other about how to, you know, grow just any invaders, anything, you know, they all, our ability to understand the natural world is so inspiring. It's expanding, and I think, you know, I think of my grandparents and how they would, you know, use, to them, the future was chemicals, you know, and just spray the bugs, you know, and get nature out of our civilized homes. But now we're kind of going the opposite direction, and really by understanding and having not just, I think through how much empathy and compassion so many of us born today have, we've been able to reassess our relationship with these other species, and understanding them and working with them is giving us new technology and opportunities of ways of feeding ourselves and creating, dealing with the energy crisis or
It's interesting you say that because a new technology that was just being released today was I was reading about it, and it's basically this like small robot, and what it does is it goes actually into the ocean, and what it does is when the ocean's polluted, it actually sucks up all that pollution, and there's actually bacteria within this small robot, and basically what the bacteria do is it actually eats on the pollution, and the way that the bacteria is, don't ask me what bacteria it is, I have no idea, but it produces electricity, and this is actually powering the whole, robot. So potentially if you had like millions of these robots, small like robots, millions or hundreds of millions even, I don't know how much it's gonna take to clean up the oceans, but because they invented this, potentially we could have clean oceans within like 5 years if this technology, if the leaders decide to actually invest into this technology, and it's a very small device, and it's brilliant technological wise.
that is so amazing.
Wow, and look at you, just about you, Eliza, bringing up bacteria, reminded Sean of
And
that
I actually
story.
wanted to say also something that remember when men used to think it was the greatest way to actually control a species was to actually like hunt them. Oh, they're eating too much grassland, so we'll kill off a bunch of them, and that's sustainable. Well, actually, I was this is actually on mainstream television, and basically there's this guy, and he used to be like the pro activist. He used to go, this is the only way we can actually sustain a population is by hunting and killing them. Well, what he actually done was, and because there's more desertification now on the planet, is that they determined that because we're killing all these animals, basically these animals are walking around and they're putting like their natural, you know, dump, what waste on the ground. That's basically causing the actual grass and all these plants and animals to actually flourish and to actually be able to sustain themselves because they're walking around and dumping. Because they took that away by killing off these animals, there's more desertification now. And what he discovered is if they actually introduce more animals, there will be more, dumpings, feces, whatever, and that's going to expand the natural grassland. Therefore, not only stopping uh, uh, what's it called, desertification, but actually reducing desertification by introducing these new animals. And all these animals, like elephants, they're like rhinos, they're like the big animals that are actually endangered. And it's actually amazing the way this guy literally changed his thinking from literally a decade ago to the way he's going now. And he's actually tested this, and he's actually, the effect that it's actually had is being absolutely amazing. And now he's trying to, campaign basically to stop this happening and to actually, reintroduce original species into their basically homes because they're basically helping the natural environment. And what humans thought years ago was, oh, by killing off these animals, we can expand. But now what humans are actually learning to do is actually to coexist with the animals.
Extraordinary.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that.
there's these they're doing like a documentary, and they went to this African village, and basically what they used to do was they used to have cows, like fields of cows, well, not fields, but like a big group of a herd of cows, And basically, what they would do is, 100 years ago, if a lion was to kill one of the cows, they would literally all, the men in the village would go out and hunt and kill this lion. But what they're actually doing now, partly thanks to technology, is they've actually put like trackers around these lions, and they can see where the lions are, and they literally let the lions actually kill these cows. And because of literally, now it's not like, oh, these lions kill every cow. No, a lion may take like a cow once a week or something, but they've learned to actually live along with these lions, and they're actually less in danger now than they actually were at any time, because they have these lions, with trackers on their on their necks, so that they're not in danger. And they've, the cow population has went up in that area, and because it's went up, and there's been actually more lions now, and the area has just been getting more greener and greener throughout the years.
See, isn't that something? All from changing a perspective.
I just find it amazing that the fella that was like saying, "Oh, we must kill these animals," to basically sustain the environment, like literally done a 360.
Indeed, what a perfect example. Wow. Wow, see, and this is the kind of stuff, that we don't hear on the news, that we don't talk about enough, about the changes that are happening and how these people are making a difference and bringing this stuff to light, because a lot of people don't even know the stuff is even happening because they aren't being fed this information, and people they're not even sure how to even go about finding it or even knowing that it even exists unless we all start talking about it in mainstream every day. I was at a birthday party with a family member the other day, and I was talking to their son who's 16, and his ears perked up when I started talking about free energy. And
Um,
his mom was like, "Oh, you need to talk to him because he's all about that."
well, I actually believe that because they developed like these robots, they never lose power because the bacteria that's grown in them literally are constantly producing electricity. So potentially, if you could actually scale that up, who's to say, oh, you couldn't plug, if you got like a big vat of these, bacteria, who's to say, oh, why wouldn't you just plug in a house beside this big vat of bacteria that basically is giving off free electricity, and all you need to do is feed it like your trash, like your garbage.
I mean, talk about self-sustaining. I mean, that's the epitome of the perfect symbol of infinity, of that cycle of it is completely self-sustaining, and yet what a perfect.
And like the way I actually found out about this is I love technology myself, and every day I look on this website, and it's called BGR, okay, and like millions of people actually view this. And they mainly do speculation, like, oh, what's the next iPhone going to have, and business news and things like that. But that was basically showed up today, and I was very surprised that they would actually report on something like that, because I don't think they've realised the significance on what they've actually reported on.
Yes, indeed. You said it. The they don't even realize the importance of what they've reported. And this is another thing about ripples. This is exactly what we're talking about ripples. Even just us having these conversations and putting it out there into the ethers and into the world out there, that even if one person hears this or sees it and says, "Oh, hey, I didn't know that." The ripples that just happened, just one person finding out, that little teeny tiny click of the cog Changes everything.
And then there's the people that just say 100 people view this video. If 10 people say something to somebody else, that's 10 by 10. And then if those 10 people tell one more person each, that's 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 people. And eventually you'll get the 100 monkey effect and the whole planet will know.
Well, and exactly. And, to put a shout out, I mean, look at Human Colony. I mean, talk about transformation. How many were there of us, Sean? Sarah?
What do you mean, like how many
At the
people?
beginning, I mean, just a few. And look at us now. We're an enormous family.
Well, look at the way bacteria or virus travels around the world or through a classroom, or, I mean, it gets water and bacteria, they get around. So, I mean, really all anyone would need would be to be an ambassador between the bacterial world, and you'd be talking to everyone. So I think it's just so positive if we just send them so much love and appreciation, because they keep the world, I mean, they make the earth fertile and protect against more diseases than they cause.
Wow, what a great point. Wow. I mean, think about it, you guys. An airplane, for example, one airplane. Now think about how many fly a day. And attached to every airplane are everything that goes into the sky that comes back to the earth that has collected something from the atmosphere and brought it back here. You're absolutely right.
You,
And it can travel back and forth hundreds of times a day.
you know, you do know there's literally like billions of bacteria that's basically in your gut. And if those bacteria was not in your basically gut, when you eat food, the food that we eat would actually kill you.
Oh, of course, because yeah, it wouldn't be broken down into the fuel we need it to be.
And it's like I don't understand why there's like this war on bacteria. Like everyone's obsessed with like scrubbing basically everything. And yeah, I understand the people's concerns, but I personally think that if you're exposed more to bacteria, you're actually going to be genuinely more healthier. And I do think that they done a study in America, and they basically compared like 6-year-old Amish people to basically 6-year-old people that live in like the city, and they compared the two, and they were saying, oh, they took out, they tried to take out as many, variation as they could have. So they were taking out people that's already had, diseases or whatnot. But what they actually discovered was that the Amish kids are actually healthier than the actual inner city kids, and they didn't really know how to explain why. And I feel like that's because they're exposed to more bacteria and they're exposed more to viruses, and their immune systems are stronger because we have an obsession of killing every bacteria we see.
Well, they're also highly spiritual people too, brother. Like they eat like from their land. They do a lot of their blessings where they give reverence and blessings while the animals, growing as the plants are growing. Um, it's a lot of things, and like just with like yogurt or in our stomachs,
Right.
there's certain areas within our own bodies that are necessary
Oh,
for.
absolutely, like Sean said, or otherwise our food wouldn't work for us. But you're right about the bacteria. And I love the point that Eliza made about sending the bacteria love, because when we change our vibration and our perspective and our perception of bacteria, let's say, instead of being an anti-bacterial environment, if we are showing it love and respect and honor, then the only thing it can possibly do by law of physics is return the favor and show us love and respect in return. And we won't we won't need immunizations, because there'll be nothing to immunize us against, because we won't be resisting anything.
interesting story. I did hear of a ET race that actually uh, came. They tried to come to this planet, but what actually ended up happening was they actually killed all bacteria on their planet. So they made like basically all bacteria on their planet. They just wiped it out for some reason, and for for some reason they could survive without bacteria. But then when they came to our planet, when they tried to actually come out here, get exposed to basically everything, they could literally not do that because they wiped all bacteria. So when they came out, they started to get violently ill. So that's a kind of like almost like a warning. You do not want to extinguish all bacteria.
Good point.
I don't know how they could have even, how could you extinguish all bacteria from your planet without, damaging, yourself? Like Einstein said that if we had no bees, you humans wouldn't be able to survive. But that's also true with bacteria. Without bacteria, humans wouldn't be able to survive. Without actually a lot of things, humans would not be able to survive. And we should be thankful for those things. And we should not, abuse or take advantage of these things. We should honor and respect these things.
Yes, exactly. And I love how that is the transformational process, the transformational idea of everything that we've been talking about that we're all one. And when you kick the tire of the universe, you're kicking yourself. You're kicking, it your touches everything. Everything we do, everything how we vibrate affects everything. And it affects what vibrational creation, what vibrational place you are in the multiverse. And if we all could just remember that, there would be no kicking.
Yeah, we've been working so hard, like as a species, we've been working so hard, and maybe there are other things that are meant to do the job for us, and that's just how they are, and maybe that's the key to realizing what it is that we as a species do for other people. Maybe we'd stop, trying to conquer everything if we knew what our gift was, that we didn't have to work to give. It's just, you know, a byproduct of living.
And letting even the bacteria be the perfect puzzle piece that the bacteria is, because if it didn't need to be here, if it didn't need to exist, it wouldn't exist.
Yeah. Oh man, you can kimchi anything. You can pickle anything. It's amazing.
Indeed.
Well, I wonder what this transformation is like for the bacteria, if they could talk.
Imagine this. Imagine the transformation we feel when for imagine the transformation we feel when we feel loved, when we feel we matter, when we feel we're appreciated, when we feel what we're here for and our special, very special thing that we do is a necessary and important and a crucial part of all of existence. Imagine how they feel then. Because we know how we feel when someone appreciates us and loves us unconditionally. And so imagine how they must feel and vibrate. And that goes for any entity we show gratitude and a vibration of unconditional love toward. It has, by law of physics, no choice but to reflect that back.
They done a study. I believe it was in the 50s, and they basically went to like a kindergarten, and in this kindergarten they went into a class, and they separated all the people with blonde hair and blue eyes, and they brought them into one group, and then the rest of the people they had in another group, and they went with the blonde hair, blue eyed people saying, "You are the superior race, you are like loved, you are all of this and that." And they started to basically talk down these, people in kindergarten. Straight away, they noticed the difference that when they done tests, the blonde hair, blue eyed people scored higher in these tests and they felt more self confident. But when they actually tested the people that were talked down to, they discovered that they done worse and that they were more unhappier. So I believe that if we can do it to ourselves, imagine what we're doing to the bacteria when instead of saying, "Oh, we hate all bacteria," we're now starting to say, "Oh, well, we love all bacteria."
Exactly. So, Eliza, very beautiful question. What would happen if we showed something unconditional love? What would happen?
You get unconditional love back.
And yes, by law of physics and laws of the universe, absolutely, it has no choice.
Yeah. Well, and the saying "follow your gut" certainly fits.
Indeed.
I follow my heart, then I follow my gut. It's not like I follow my heart, then I follow my head. My head is the last, usually anyway. Today it was my head, but usually it's heart, gut, head.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, your heart still drove you. Your head really can't think a thought. It's just a transmitter. So you're not thinking it, you're just receiving it. And you, I'm sure, received it from your heart.
Well, my heart is a very multi-dimensional, like everyone's heart. It's multi-dimensional minded, if you could call it that. Yeah, brain, this grey matter, it's not that multi-dimensional minded.
Exactly. Your heart is a multi-dimensional entity. We haven't begun to understand that the heart has a mind, and it is the mind we should be following.
And we do also have a spirit brain too. So even when we think we're thinking with our brain, it's actually our spirit brain that's thinking.
Exactly, because we can't manufacture a thought. We can only receive it and then transmit it and process it through a belief system and then act and create accordingly. And it's in the choice of that action that is really the crux of it all. How do we want to choose to act in any given moment to create a particular frequency that and resonate at that particular frequency? So that's kind of really what it's all about is, what action do we want to create the ripple from? What frequency do we want to create the ripple from? Well, guys, we've been live a really long time, and so I think I'll probably take it off live so that we don't have like the longest running show on town here. So I am going to thank each and every person who's delighted us today with their inspirations, their ideas, their blessings, their hearts, their minds, their left brains, their right brains, their perspectives. I just think it's been a wonderful experience for transformation for all civilizations who are present today, which I can assure you there's many. Many people have shared the perspectives of their higher selves today with probably not even realizing it. We speak in kindness and harmony and joy and understanding that that's really what transformation's all about. Is every time we make a decision, we can transform that moment, because that moment, in the way we understand time, is what's going to create the moment that just passed, and in the next moment, that's the future, which now just became in the past. So if in linear time. So if you can understand that every moment creates the past and the present simultaneously, it changes your perspective and how you want to resonate in that moment. And it's okay whatever you choose. See, that's the best part. It's okay whatever you choose, and you don't have to be angry with yourself, and you don't have to criticize yourself, and you don't have to think it's not perfect, because sometimes we choose that thing that rattles our cage or makes us cry or makes us think or makes us sad or makes us happy. We choose in that moment because we want to experience it anyway. And it's okay to want to do that sometimes. Sometimes don't we all have a time when we've tripped somebody's trigger just to do it because we were pissed off about something and we just needed to reflect back to us our own insecurity, our own ignorance, our own lessons, and it's what we're doing every day. So what do we want to reflect back? What frequency of the individuals do we want to rendezvous with? Because when somebody walks in the door, we get to decide how we're going to react to that person when they walk in the door, or when we walk in the door of somebody else's establishment or their home. And it doesn't matter if you're getting a cup of coffee or you're buying groceries or whatever. What ripple do you want to leave? How do you want somebody to remember you when you walk out the door? And how do you want them to treat someone else when you leave, based upon your interaction with them? So that's kind of what it's all about transformation, is transforming our perspectives and knowing that you alone have the power of creating and transforming the perception of another just by being you and being and consciously creating that moment to be the best moment for both of you. And if you can go into every interaction that way, that's the ripples, that's the change, that's how we all transform as a neighborhood, a community, a town, a state, a country, a civilization. That's where it has to start. And if anyone underestimates the impact that you have on the whole, understand right now you're just now becoming aware of the impact that you have, just being you. And be amazing and be you, and know that everything you hear is a message from your higher self, your creation, telling you something you need to hear for one reason or another. And invite it, thank it, and if it's something you don't prefer, transform it. Nisiatoloa kashana aluara hisiana kayo asotoloa. Niyana natoyo kuashataya aliasotolo kuashi. Nikia sala sataya mala karahasa. Initito akayoko iliato no yoma. Alora hisaki atalagayana. Ininana suakailo kwayakapasha. Mitiriasa sosoya meliaka liaka shoya kaliana nasa soya kia. Alonunu masa saka. Tonunuasa sakia talikisho no maha. Tokora hisa sasha. Nitikia sati inakia. Toyokwasha shabukoya leasa hala ruha kibi liasati. Ninyaniasa sosoya kaliakati akwasha. Malawa hasa nama kwa kayolu hakia kaleaka toroku. Ni ananasa saya kaleasa hiana na kwa yushu. Namala numakiata tiataluka shishakia leatia. Ninaso swakala. Mishiata kiasa saya aliasana atoya kayashoha. Nayoha. Nina nasa soya kashoyo kuatuya ka ila asata hala. Masotoluasha ina kaukua. Kayo masotolua kashoya. Anumala satoyo kwa eliata tiana isa soa kapura. Ninana soa kayalua ka alua katia melia satolia karuha. Ninanumala atu ayokosha. Ninana nasa soa ala katuma kolora kokoya malia satito kurapi. Lina isa kayopoa kala ananasa. Anamoala kakio korka tayo koe mala etoru koyoshomaki. Tilisa sosopukua. Nalia saya pala ko aina anamalawaka. Noto akasaya luasataya. Komara ko toya kashiata ilesa saya nanano akaliata lu kwashaya. Inini asa sotoyo kwashaya la toyowa. Alumaya satia kala atoyo kwashashiata ilesa liana na kwa koya pora hito akamaliasa. Ina na wakayowa. Aluma sotua. Mitoya kwashashiala. No horia kaya luso. Nanaya sosoa kapala. Amora heliaka yetodukua kayo inuya ninana watayokua kapura hisasiatoa kanahala anuma lasatiatoa ki hayana ilisa toyokura shahi leasa toyokuasa la toyokusha shiana anukua ayonoaka siala hita turuko shinchuama mitiala kieta yasa siala halana nasa soakayala istatioka shianuaka toyasa. There are many who thank you for your interactions today, your ideas, your beliefs, understandings, knowledge, clarity. There are many who thank you. Isiatia koshono wasatia, alukuasatia tai, ilisatu yoha. It takes great strength to be gentle and soft and vulnerable. Misiato yukuashotoya kalia satia, ilisato yukuaha. It allows in what you would not otherwise allow. Ikiana noa kataya, lisi tiakashona, alohasati akale itulu kwa shoshua, alusotoyu kwa sonono kaya kaliasatiataha, initiakatiatahi. It is in the opening of your heart that it expands. Nitialo kwa satoya kaliasa shiatakiela kwa sotulu kwa shaniatahila. Anita toyoko asatiela, satiatuha, and you will give the other another permission to expand their heart as well. Inita toya kasala atoyoko satia noasatuha, anatua katiela kasitia na satayatutua, konuntua katiata, expanding the light of all that is. Anukura kashi toyoko asata, creation is ever changing and ever growing. Ishintakiata ilasiana. Anoaya sasiata kieto lukwasanyetoya. Ashotuyukwa tiatuyuha. Tishita kiasani sotoyukwa. You are each a seed in the garden. You are each a song of the multiversal symphony of harmony. Shianato koya satiela kiasania sosoa. Sitia kasiata yela sisiata yinasa. Sita yokohia. Sing the song from your heart. Ishata yonkwasaniata. It is the light, Ishatoyoko, that guides you. Nisiatoyokwa, it is your joy, Tikasa, that is your compass. Mitiatoyo, it will always point you to your true north, Ikiatoyokwasa, which will always bring you back to center. Ina toyo kwasa tila asaha. Ni toyo kwasa toyo kwama. Meha toyo kwasha toha. Tiasa siha. The place where you should begin every question. Isite akalisa nia toyoa. Itiana and end every answer. Ina toyo kwasa la hitokyo na no asatora. You have the power within you. You understand. You know all that you need to know when you need to know it. You just simply need to believe. Ishina tu akatoyo no asa. No toya kayiso so inati ataliasa. Mihai kosho shua kela inana kaya satayata yisatayela sona kaya koi koha. Nitayo kahatianata. Move in grace and integrity. And in every movement, bring with you your heart, your soul, integrated body, mind, and spirit. Ishitiya katielo susoya kiela hisanayatoha. Konopora kashia toyukwasa toyunawasa tiatuyuahashia. You are the Trinity. Mikiatayala sina takia toyokwasa. Mahala, namaste. Tokwashanoha. Move in harmony. Much love all.
Love you all.
Much love.